We are going to hope to God that I am not accidentally live on the GCX stream, which I shouldn't be, because this built-in tool says I'm only live on Restream. So theoretically, I'm just live on my Twitch and my YouTube, which should be perfectly fine. I am going to go to Twitch and check the GCX event. Okay, great. They're not live. Perfect. I've not boofed this up. Dungeon Masters, thank you for reaffirming that I've never been late to any of my own streams, and this is our regularly scheduled 12/11 Sunday stream. What's up, Crocolop? What's up, Potato? Hello, Dark and Air. Mauled Wife is good. We are not technically married at this time, but Mauled Wife is awesome. Well, no, they're a little under the weather, actually. Old Man Zillion, what's up? Benisatrix, what's up? Victor Nation, hello, Eris Time. Damon Blaze, welcome to the stream, everybody. So we have a few new things. Well, not a few new things. We have one new thing to go over for the Twitch viewers. Ancient Relic, thank you for the 4 months at Tier 1, my friend. Welcome back to the dog home. A third of a year spent being a toxic maniac. What's up, Dandelo? Troper, I'm sorry your day's going bad. I'm here to make it a little bit better. Mainly by squeaking. Maldhound, you sanctified superstar. How dare you stream while I'm in the drive-thru at Subway? It's all about the important stuff. What's up, Zilla? Oh, Dark, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Keep pushing. So, the one new thing we have to go over is I have finally, after months of seeing you all have your lives made worse by this, I have finally dug in to my stream's ad settings on Twitch, and I have set the ads to the legal minimum. So what that means is the lowest Twitch will let me set these ads to is 30 seconds an hour. Now the problem with 30 seconds of ads an hour is that this doesn't disable pre-roll ads. Disabling pre-roll ads is a very, very important element of trying to grow as a streamer, because if I'm trying to get new people who have never seen me before, never seen any of my shorts before, and they click into my stream and it's 2 minutes of ads, they're clicking to someone else. And so to Troper's point, because I'm trying to craft a goddamned narrative, we're going to be running ads manually from now on. And the way the manual ad running is going to work is after this announcement, I'm going to finger blast the ad button so that we have no pre-rolls for the first deck roast, who's going to be Score for the day. I'm going to grab the order as well and post that into chat. So this is the order for today. We're going to manually run ads so that Score doesn't have any pre-rolls going on, so that anybody that jumps in during Score's roast can see the entirety of it, so that all of you can see the entirety of each deck roast. And what we're going to do is, in between every deck roast, Jose, I just posted the roast queue for today. I don't have the roast queue for the month posted anywhere, though. Haxor0805, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend, and thank you for starting the hype train. If any of you has Jeffrey dollars, also known as Prime subs, to give away, I would appreciate them now, or forever hold your pieces. So in between each deck, there's going to be an ad break, and in between each deck, we're going to do an ad break to try to set it up so that we have like a clear 20 to 30 minutes of no pre-rolls. And so in between each deck, I will say something, get advertised on, and then I'll run like 2 minutes of ads, and that's going to constitute all the ads for that hour, half an hour, whatever. Dungeon Masters Consortium, thank you for gifting 5 tier 1 Twitch subs. Welcome to Dog Heaven, my friend. And Dandelo Marks, thank you for gifting the 1 as well. Welcome to Dog Heaven. Hey Maul, wait, Score as in Scoriath. I have no goddamn idea. The femboy pegging reference. They told me their name, and they told me their name was SKOR. I will not be peg-vestigated like this. Fortuna the Tuna, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub. Welcome to dog heaven, my friend. I got 5 new people on the Gooning Reclamation Committee by explaining it as King Skin / Doug Meat, and now they're all on board. What the fuck is Doug Meat? Ah, okay, yeah. I haven't watched this season of Dimension 20, but I'm immediately with it. Alec Man, I did. I'm circling back to it now. So, Elegman, I see your emails from 3 days ago that, or what I'm assuming is you from 3 days ago that appear to constitute the expanded primer. Are there different emails that you wanted me to respond to? Doug Meat and the Little Meats. Mauled, you must watch Never Stop Blowing Up. Searching Doug Meat with no knowledge of what it is a risky game. I mean, I think one of the beauties of doing things on stream is that you just risk it with live. Yes or no question in the last one. Oh, no. No, I do not need that additional information. In fact, it's often better if we wax philosophic about that type of stuff. Jam Donut, welcome back to the dog home for the 15th month in a row, my friend. I appreciate that generosity. Hello, you fine shit. Alright, so the order today: Score, Dungeon Masters Consortium, Kilroy, Roosh, Crab, Alarin. I've seen Roosh already. I've seen Kilroy just now. I've seen Dungeon Masters Consortium. I know Crab and Alarin are running late, so we're just waiting for Score. So if Score would please sound off in either Twitch or YouTube chat, we can get your roast going. If not, we're going to move on to Dungeon Masters Consortium first and just hold Score's place until they do arrive. The Toad King, thank you for that personal question redeem. Please hit me with it. Gixnick, my apologies. How is my spleen doing? Good as far as I know. However, my entire body hurts all of the time. If something is wrong with me, I will probably never know until I explode. It's just a consequence of everything being in mild to moderate pain at every moment of the day. If we end up running late for a roast, how should we contact you? Either tell me on, probably just email me, because the thing is, if you are late to a roast but you're still going to make it to the stream in general, that's not really a big deal because it's easy to just hold your place until you do get here. So if you're still going to make it to the stream, it's whatever. If you're not going to make it to a stream, we just end the stream anyway and work it out via email. Like, there's no coordination we have to go through for I'm gonna be like 40 minutes late. Like, we went through that coordination with Alarin, who is now just here, and Crab, where they emailed me beforehand. But even if they had told me nothing, I would have just gone, okay, Alarin's next. Is Alarin here? No? Okay, we're gonna hold Alarin's place and we're gonna move on to the next person. And if you get here by the end of the stream, same diff. Hello, Reforming One. What's happening, my friend? Shabla Goo, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. I appreciate those Bezos bucks. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. Alarin, no apology necessary. You are all good. And Toad King, which is worse? Letting somebody with Cheeto fingers touch your cards, or to get mind-slavered / promised end? I mean, it's clearly the Cheeto fingers. Even though I'm just using proxies, I don't want to have to reprint those. Cheeto fingers on my cards, and I'm assuming they're reaching into the sleeve because that's the only iteration of this hypothetical that makes sense as mental pain. If you're like, what if the, anybody who's going like, I'm so smart, I'll let the Cheeto fingers player touch my cards because they're just going to touch the sleeves and I'll clean them off. No, we play with stakes in this stream, okay? If the hypothetical is the Cheeto finger player touches your cards, it means they take your commander, they de-sleeve them, and they give them one of these. They give them a nice little rub down. So that versus Mindslaver, I'm always letting somebody else control my turn, because then maybe finally, for once, the table will accept that I'm not lying when I say that I don't have it. When I say that it's all love now. When I say that I'm non-violent, I'm trying to make fun stuff happen, and everyone else goes, nah, he's got a counterspell. I never have the counterspell, okay? You see this? This is my Niv Mizzet Guild Pact. You know what he has? He has Azorius creatures, Simic creatures, and Rakdos creatures that don't fucking do anything. And maybe, if you see my hand and you play my turn, you realize that I'm just trying to have a good time. So always let somebody else control my turn. Jose, some days ago I used the roast command and posted my list. Is it better to just email you the list and hold a future spot in the queue? So Jose, unfortunately that is not how the roasting works. The roasting is available via purchase through Patreon and Ko-Fi. The roast command should pull up the links to purchase them. If you did purchase one through the roast command, you should have gotten an email probably sometime last week about the scheduling we were doing for all of the roasts for this month, and so you should know. Currently it's a clip from Troper. Excellent. I will update that later, but if you want to get your deck roasted, it is either a commission you purchase on Ko-Fi, or it is a redeem that Patreon members can get first come, first serve access to, although not every Patreon member is guaranteed a roast. Least favorite 3-color combo? Bant. Easy. Job done. Azorius didn't need ramp. What's worse, Cheeto fingers or sleeveless riffle shuffling? I mean, Cheeto fingers. Like, sleeveless riffle shuffling, I don't care about what you do with your cards. I don't care what happens. I don't care what happens to your deck. That's crazy. They hate this guy. That's crazy. Wow. Like, this guy, he does sleeveless riffle shuffling every fucking deck I see him make, because he's a CEDH player, and every other weekend he wins like a $5,000 card because he plays Kinnan so goddamn good. Mauled Hound 1/1. When you cast an instant or sorcery, goad target creature. I do take umbrage with the 1/1. I am 6'4", 210 pounds, and I work out regularly. I am at least a 2/2. I'm at least a 2/2. Why are we Googling Doug meat, and does it have anything to do with gooning? Galley, yes it does. Somebody told me explaining the Gooning Reclamation Committee as a Doug meat / Kingskin situation was what won them over. Silent Sniper 10, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. Mauled is shorter than me? Yeah, so's everybody. If you're taller than 6'4", hold on. What fucking fantasy world were you living in where the fanfic you make of me has me even higher than the top 1.1%? He's shorter than me. Okay, Jack Skellington, back the fuck off. What the fuck do you want from me, big and tall Rumpelstiltskin? Get out of here. So Mauled is stronger than a soldier, but not a bear. Oh, 100%. I played in a modern tournament once where my opponent riffle shuffled my deck as his cut. My deck was sleeved, but that was super painful. I think that's a little bit rude for sure. I think that's hateful. That is, and I honestly, if you say, oh, it's just habit, I don't believe you. I think Zilla, I think that was BM, and I'm sorry that happened to you. Because that is like, because that's also not even good BM. That's literally just like, haha, I've taken this good faith thing we do in the rules and I'm using it to damage your property. Now you'll play worse and I'll win at the card game. I'm so fucking sick with it. I swear to God, when I go home and I look at all my figurines of Zimone and Dina, I'm gonna feel like such a fucking winner now. Maldhound colors are herb. You heard it here first. But yeah, that is for sure. That is for sure them just being rude to try to like, yeah, to try to tilt you at the beginning of a game so that you play worse because you're mad. Mauled Smasher Pass Island SLD 1479. Oh. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no to that one. For no reason in particular. For no reason in particular, but I'm going to say, yeah, it's, you know what, it's a land. You know what? You guys know. You guys get it. I need that timestamp, though. Hey, that's for YouTube right there. Thank you. What was the exact name who asked that? Aristime, thank you for asking that question. You've made it to YouTube Shorts. King of the Malcav, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to Doghouse, my friend. So now what we're going to do, Score's not showed up yet. Dungeon Masters Consortium is here. So we're going to start with Dungeon Masters Consortium's deck. But before we do that, the pre-roll is about to come back on. So I'm just going to smash like 2 to 3 minutes of ad breaks as we talked about so that there's no pre-roll ads and that there's no ad breaks mid-roast. So I will see all of you non-subs in like 2 minutes. Subs, let's talk about whole. I think I need to add a 3-minute button too, actually. All right. What a good fucking movie this was. Jay Arlington, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. Now, I haven't watched it in like 2 decades, so I'm assuming there's at least one thing that aged really fucking poorly. But God, I loved this movie. This movie made me fall in love with eating onions. Whitebread 2, rant about the Jinx Arcane skin being apparently $250, or rant about how I am misinformed or something. Okay, yeah. So what the worst part, Whitebread, about the $250 Jinx Arcane skin is it's not even the first one. So the skin in question is called Fractured Jinx. It is meant to make you look like Jinx from hit show Arcane. It gives you like a fun little explosion when the Nexus blows up. And I have purchased video game cosmetics. I am not against the idea of altering video games to have cosmetics that are more in line with your favorite character. However, this is not worth $250. And I am a big advocate that the fact that a market will bear something does not make it morally right. I have no idea what the age demographics of League of Legends are. I presume that there's a healthy amount of very angry teenagers based on the things I see in all chat. I know there's also a healthy amount of adults, who just really like the skins and buy a ton of skins because they have the disposable income to do so without making their life worse. But there's also a ton of people who are either wasting their parents' money, or with this skin in particular, one of the controversial things about it is a gambling machine to get it. The $250 guarantees you it, but the way you unlocked this skin was you just sat down at a fucking slot machine in the game and you pushed in the game's currency until the skin came out. So a ton of people got it for less than $250. The $250 price tag is to 100%, I get this skin. And they have other skins that I think are, I don't know how much this one is. Let me see how much this costs. But this was another one that I thought was pretty high. 3650 RP. That must be like, I have no idea how much 3650 RP is. I need to get a conversion. RP to USD. Fuck cookies. So this skin, which again looks good, is still like $30. We've been steadily experiencing a huge amount of inflation in the League of Legends skin economy, and it's going to fucking ruin us because people are getting desensitized to it. It's like the same thing where, or no, sorry. I should not use the term the same thing. I was going to talk about how video games that you would buy in little boxes at the store have steadily increased from 30 to 40 to 60 to now a new game is like $70. That's not the same thing, because there was a shitload amount of work that went into the average video game, and work still went into these skins, presumably, until all the artists get fired in favor of AI, but they still do work for these. It is not fucking a brand new AAA game full of work. And none of these skins have the like level of effects necessary to justify their unhinged price tag. So for everybody who was gone in the ad break, we're talking about Jinx Caitlyn inflation. Hey, Jonathan Maldhound, is Doomsday okay in casual? There is literally no way. Listen, casual's a spectrum. There's a lot of back and forth. There's a lot of competing metrics for how one might define casual. By any metric, no. By any metric, no. Because the outcomes of this are either, best case scenario, your deck is built to function without Doomsday. You do not have any tutors for Doomsday. If you draw Doomsday, you still win. And so what that means is that you have a pretty casual deck that at any moment can just fucking win the game for 3 black mana, unless you happen to be playing against a mill player. And while I thank you for doing the good work to help propagandize mill into being the good guy for once, that's still incredibly frustrating to play against. If you have tutors for Doomsday, or if your deck is built totally around Doomsdaying, my personal definition of casual does not include decks that play like that. I know other people have definitions of casual that do, but I really hate the power scaling in general, the attempt to collapse all the different elements and facets of playing Commander into just this linear, hey, these decks are softer and therefore casual, and these decks are stronger, therefore not casual. I agree with what Rukak is saying, that Doomsday is a fun intellectual exercise, but I don't think it belongs in any deck that's trying to be like a reasonable silly time. I think if I do think we may put in a like Doomsday test on decks that want to be scary, Like, I think if your deck, if you think you have a high power deck, you should probably be able to win with a Doomsday pile in Commander most of the time. Like, if you think you have a truly scary deck, that doesn't work for everybody, obviously. Like, if I'm like max power goblins, that's not going to work with a Doomsday pile. There are a couple beat down questions, or beat down style decks that aren't always going to work with the Doomsday pile. But in general, if you think, oh, this is a good combo deck, this is a good like infinite deck, this is a good whatever disgusting archetype deck, it should be able to win through a Doomsday pile. Did you see my earlier Precon related questions? No, I'll try to look back through and hit those. Also, it's Lady Lag. Thank you for the Prime sub as well. I appreciate those Bezos bucks. Welcome to the dog home. I played with Precons yesterday. The game took like 2.5 hours and was very battle cruisery. First, I heard that's to be expected, but I want your thoughts. Second, how would I fix this going forward? Is it as simple as just upgrading the decks, or is there something deeper at play? So I think, and this is going to be I think this is going to be controversial. I think the reason the average casual Commander game takes too long is because people are trying to play way too fucking seriously and are laboring under the delusion that there is a complicated, complex line versus a very simple, okay, I'm just going to swing out on Toby. I think number one, the average casual player is far too protective of their life total. The average casual player, way too committed to not losing the game versus trying to win the game. There's way too much focus on, well, I don't want to be the one person sitting out of this game, and so I want to make sure that I'm always in the lobby. Even if I no longer have the agency to try to win the game, I want to maneuver in such a way that I'm going to be the second person standing. Whereas I'm much more down to just die. I'm going to try to make something happen. If I fail to make something happen, just fucking kill me. That's cool. I have videos to work on. I don't, I'm not. And I think that kind of goes in line with another take, which should be significantly less spicy, which is I don't think it's rude to be on your phone or do something else if you've been knocked out of the game. I think it's incredibly rude if the game is still going on, barring some obviously rude faux pas by the rest of the table to isolate you or exclude you from the game prior to that. But if you've been killed, yeah, pop out your phone, pop out a journal, edit your deck. I don't know, look at your very pretty commander and give him little smooches. But I think in general, battle cruiser games suffer from the phenomenon of everybody trying to hold on until the very last breath rather than just playing to whatever they think the most concise win for them is. Like a lot of the time, players are so scared of a crackback that they'll never... Alright, we've got additional context. One of my friends crashed the fuck out on me on turn 6 with Elevere. Then I played Sphere of Safety. Nobody touched me for the rest of the game, all because Fear of Sleep Paralysis put an unrecoverable stun counter on their enchantment stack Timber Paladin. Does that have anything to do with it? Yeah, that sounds like you were the victim of rock, paper, scissors. Like, the thing is... I think every blue deck could run... I think every casual blue deck could run this card, and it would get stronger. I play against this card very regularly. It is over-fucking-whelmingly powerful. This thing is a 6/6, so it's not going to be removed from any sort of, like, soft removal, short of Blasphemous Act. It's, like, it's going to be able to block many things. It's going to be able to get in for damage without being at risk most of the time. I played Amanatu. One player was on Convoke, other was Elevair. I mean, I think the problem was the Convoke Precon, basically. I've played the Convoke Precon. It sucks hard. And so I think your issue was you had a like battle cruiser 1v1 with decks that weren't built for 1v1, and then you had a third person who was just able to like muddle the waters anytime somebody actually got close to winning. And so I think that's the heart of the issue, is really good control cards like this need really good answers, and precons don't bring enough really good answers. So it's like somewhat upgrading the precon, somewhat I think the archetypes that were being paired really countered each other. Like the Amanatu precon hard counters Enchantress Voltron. It tells Enchantress Voltron to shut the fuck up and sit down, and the Convoke precon is just kind of bad because Convoke is tough to work with, because the best way you can turn Convoke on is to make a ton of tokens, and as soon as you've made a ton of tokens in Jeskai, you're better off killing everybody with the tokens. Oh, Alec, man, don't feel bad. I only know it's bad because I bought it and it made me very sad. It's like, it looks so cool, and you know, just first sight on the commander, it looks like it could work. So that's not your fault. Sometimes they just miss with the precons, and I think they just missed on Convoke because it's a mechanic that's really hard to get right, because you have to make Convoke stuff bad in order to make it at all balanced when you are cost reducing it with the Convoke. And then the setup for Convoke needs to be, well, I'm going to make a lot of tokens. And if you're in Jeskai tokens, prowess just like usually ends up being stronger. Is it just me or Mauled quiet today? Well, now I'm going to turn myself up. Huh? How do we feel about that? How do we feel about fucking that? 107% and counting, baby. 120. We're going all the way to the fucking moon. You don't have anything on me. I'm going until we're in the yellow. I'm blowing everybody out today. That's right, I am the mono red deck now. We're up 6 whole decibels. How are your eardrums? How are your eardrums now? Fool. I'm turning it down a little. That actually does seem a little bit too loud. But chat, let me know if that's loud enough. Out. Out. I'm not blowing everybody. Shut up. Nobody said that. Stop. Stop right now. Okay, nobody said that shit. I said out. Mauled, we be loving the one lock of hair in the back that's doing its own thing. Listen, that's Teresa. As long as you like Teresa, we love Teresa. Good volume, but you should use a noise gate. What is a noise gate? Oh, listen, you guys. I'm a chemical engineer. I am a chemical engineer. I don't know. Blocks background noise? Okay. Yeah, I'll put one of those in. Goblin Tensor, Mauled, would you be interested in doing any cube content in the future? In terms of streaming it, I've done it on MTGO a few times, and I really like it. Cube Draft is definitely... It's either my most favorite or my most hated draft, because if I understand the cards in the cube at all, then it's very funny. And I still lose a lot, but I'm usually trying to get to do something stupid. The first 2 drafts make me want to go to bed forever. The first 2 cube drafts I ever play of a new cube, I just want to go to sleep and not wake up. Jammy33, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. The way it played was Convoke set Enchantress deck back, and then I beat Convoke with Doomwake Giant. And see, that sounds about right, in the sense that like the Convoke deck had just enough to fuck with somebody else, but never had a chance of winning. Where does Wind and Truth fall on the Stormlight Archive ranking? I honestly don't know because I love all of them. I think other people, like, here's the dichotomy. Also, look at my precious boy. They killed him in the new patch. The new patch has killed my precious darling man. Like, I think the two options we have are other people, and they go like, one, Way of Kings. They format it better than that, but most people have Way of Kings up top. And then they have like 2, 3, 4, 5, and they usually have like Oathbringer pretty low. People got pretty mad at Oathbringer, the third book. And then there's some mix in the middle. We'll say like, I don't know, maybe they like Wind and Truth a lot. Maybe they felt the second book was slow, and so it's like 2 and 3 are down here. I can't even remember the name of the second book, but probably that's how it goes. And then over here, this is my Stormlight Archive ranking. Who puts Oathbringer low? It bangs so hard. Britt, I think Oathbringer is one of the more divisive ones. Most of the people I've talked to about Oathbringer either think it's the best one or they really dislike it. Either they think it's awesome or they're like, man, I really didn't like this one. It's usually the trek through Shadesmar. The trek through Shadesmar, motherfuckers either glaze over that and they're like, whatever, damn, all this shit cool. Words of Radiance, that's the second one. They go, damn, this shit cool, or they go like, wow, this is such a like boring slog. They really are not developing characters well in this area. Not a lot's happening here. But this is how I view it. Is I'm like, this shit bangs. I loved every single book. I've not had a problem with a single Way of Kings book. Like I made that tier list and was talking about like who was up, who was down, and it's still just all sick as fuck. The only criticism of Brandon Sanderson that I do accept is that it would be neat if he was willing to make his protagonists lose a little bit harder. And that has persisted throughout like pretty much all of his books. Like his protagonists will lose, but they will always lose like pretty comfortably, or they lose in such a way where you know that the win is just around the corner. I don't think Brandon Sanderson has ever made a protagonist go down in a way that you were ever worried for a moment they may not get back up. Which in some cases is very good. Like in some ways, again, like I love all the fucking books, but I do see how from like a truly gripping perspective, it takes a little bit of the tension out when it just always seems like they are going to end up on top. All right, Harvahall. First, spoilers. How do I... The Lopen's my goat. But secondly, I'm talking more about like the good guys at large. Britt, he's lying. Britt, he is lying. Harvahall, delete your comment anyway. Stop lying to Britt about what happens in book 2. So basically, like he's a bit afraid of pulling the trigger. I mean, the thing is, he's not afraid of pulling the trigger. He's afraid of putting hollow points in the gun. Brandon Sanderson is willing to pull the trigger over and over, but he's loading it with birdshot, is how I would put it. And again, I still fucking love it. I still love it. I read physical books, Lauren. No, we're still doing Toad King. We're still doing the deck roast. I just got really sidetracked because we started talking about books. And now the thing is, we've run out of pre-roll bumpers, so we're gonna have to finger blast an ad break. And then Dungeon Masters Consortium, are you ready? Because we are going to bust out onto these decks. Nobody needs to apologize. This is my fault. I am the one driving the car, and I drove the car into a McDonald's drive-thru so we could talk about my favorite books. Always ready for you to blast me, King. I'm... Ad break. All right, I think the ad break is going. Subs, you're all still with me. God bless you. And then we're going to open up with Dungeon Master Consortium's deck. Mulder, you're going to end up on the Sanderson to Cradle pipeline. I don't know what the Cradle is. Already had ads. Yeah, Kilroy, so what we're doing now is we are... What I'm doing now is I've set the baseline ads for Twitch to a minimum. I've set the baseline ads for Twitch to a minimum, but that has turned pre-rolls back on. So now I have to be in manual control of all of my Twitch ad breaks, and I'm going to try to time the ad breaks in such a way. Okay, I think now it's going to work. My stream manager is trying to fight me. Okay. Ad break is now active. In 2 minutes, we're going to hit the trigger on Dungeon Master Consortium's deck. We are going to go over how this works while we're in these 2 minutes to avoid slowing down anybody else. I broke one of my friends by describing Dalinar as what if Genghis Khan became Joseph Smith. 22 solid. It's gonna look like I'm banning you. Warning sent. That is a joke. Can we add Street Demon's Briar to the Goon Slide right now? I think if we added Street Demon's Briar to the Goon Slide, I think people would get confused about whether or not it was sexual. I realize that she, in a perfect world, is just one of the goons, but I swear to God, if we put the feet out short stack into the Goon Slide, nobody's gonna be able to keep it straight that this is a non-sexual activity. I cannot have a picture of my girlfriend's mane on the gooning slide and keep people on the path about this not being a sexual thing. All right, 31 seconds left in the ad break. For those of you who have not been here before, the way this is going to work is my patrons send me a primer, a deck list, and a power ranking, but we do not accept 1 through 10 because 1 through 10 is shitty and wrong. What we do accept is the silly to spooky to scary ranking, which was originally developed by Danny Phantom EXE and is a measure of how ominous your deck's turns are to somebody who's paying attention to the game and knows a little bit about Magic and how decks win. Your primer is the main thing you are being judged on. It is what you think the deck does, or if the deck is a work in progress, what you hope the deck will do. Your primer should be a short paragraph about your deck's play pattern, and if you lie to me, I'm gonna get you. Felix, welcome to your first live stream. I'm very happy to have you here. And today we are opening with Dungeon Master's Consortium deck, which is a silly deck. Sometimes I build complicated decks, clever decks, or decks that have niche mechanical requirements, and sometimes I build this. Sometimes I just want to go head empty, play dumb cards, and giggle. The deck's foundation itself gets very little support from WotC, so anytime something new comes out that fits, I get way too excited. For some reason, WotC has also made discarding your own stuff a subtype within the typal archetype, so I built some things around that too. It's silly, but overall, a lot of fun to pilot. Improvements welcome if you can. Improvements? Oh, none. Minotaurs rock. Fuck yes. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Alright, so whenever Sethron or another non-token Minotaur enters, make a 2/3 Minotaur. For 3 mana, Minotaurs get bigger, get mana. The Minotaurs escaped, and you're going to get the horns, buddy. Yes or no? I'm debating if I open this on stream or on a different monitor. Oh yes, I've watched this short many times. I've watched this short unanimated many times. I'm with that. Copyright strike, don't be a coward. Okay. So obligatory PSA about every typal deck. I can't judge any of the creatures except on how far you are willing to go to commit to a terrible bit, because all these creatures basically have to say Minotaur. A 1/1 that gives somebody +1/+1. A 1/3 for 4 mana? Damn. Damn. A little late edition. Reanimation. So we have Oversold Cemetery, Patriarch's Bidding, Reanimate, Victimize, Virtue of Persistence. This is probably the only deck I don't believe in Reanimate for. Based on those first 2 Minotaurs, I do not believe there are any worth bringing back at the cost of your own life total. This guy, he's not even worth 2 life. I wouldn't gain 2 life to have this guy on my board. A 2/2 that can't block unless you have other Minotaurs. Amazing. A 3/2 with Menace. That's okay. Hold on. This one we might reanimate. What's up, Gabriel? Whenever you cycle or discard, Grisly Survivor gets +2/+0 until end of turn. Whenever you attack, pay 2 mana. Target creature can't block. No, I have no idea what Bleem is. I am reading chat. You listen. Just because I cannot talk fast enough to give a full sentence reply to every sentence that is typed into Twitch chat does not mean I am not intaking every single piece of information you motherfuckers Pez dispense, okay? Brennan Lee Mulligan is Bleem? That's not true. Every one of those tags is from the same speech. Then I just don't remember the speech well enough. But I do enjoy it. Okay. When you plot this, deal 2 damage. Jomi Bug Sethron makes 2/3 Minotaurs anytime you play a Minotaur. A statistical wonder. 8 mana, tutor 4 Minotaurs. And the thing is, I don't even think I'd be scared. That's beautiful. Didgeridoo. Take a Minotaur from your hand and put it directly into play. I love this just because one of my favorite things is to say time to show them how I didgeridoo. I did that in Terraria a lot when they let me play a bard, and they did it until they kicked me out of the Terraria server. If a spell or ability would cause its controller to gain life, the player loses that much life instead. Based. Nothing to do with Minotaurs, but everything to do with being a good Magic player. At the beginning of combat phase, separate all creatures into 2 face-up piles. Only creatures in the pile of that player's choice may block. That's pretty good. I know what's going on here. All of our lands, which you have a good number of non-basics, lots of cyclers. War Chanter. Give something intimidate. Damage equal to power to creature. Oh, so like fight, basically. When you sack a permanent, +2/+0, sack something to give first strike. A 3/3 for 4 mana that can become a 6/6 for... Okay, it can become a 5 mana 6/6, but then at 1,000,000 mana, you get to mini board wipe somebody. I actually like that. God, if you had green, this would almost be playable. Terrible, terrible. DMC, do you know what they've been saying in the YouTube comments? Do you know how angry they get at us every time I allow a cantrip to be tagged card draw? I have people get mad at me when I say brainstorm as card draw. If I let people tag opt as card draw, people get mad. And you've submitted Ash Barons at the top of your card draw. Baron Moore? All right. Also not card draw. Let's see. Hold on. So we have 17 pieces. Hold on. We have 17 pieces of card draw. Twitch chat. How many cards are we going to get through before we see something that actually gets them cards? How many cards until we see something that is card positive and not just card neutral? Hold on. I'm opening a prediction so that we can bet. All right, prediction is confirmed. Toad King, hit me with that personal question. What are my thoughts on the dual commander ban list? I think dual commander is a cursed format and therefore do not care what they're banning. Nothing can fix them. Poetic Dragon, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. I see a lot of 9s, many, many 9s, many such cases. We were already like 5. We already know it's not 5. We already know it is at least 6 because these first 5 are just card neutral. We have a couple people betting big on 17. Rapier DK, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. 10 to 14 picking up steam, but 5 to 9 is currently the winner. Somebody just bet like 6,000 on 10 to 14. Azalea Fox, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Kilroy, it's going good, my pal. How are you? I can't predict or bet channel points. Is something up? Alec, man, I unfortunately don't know enough about Twitch to know. I barely know how to run these myself. Who fucked up my underdog odds with the 6K points? I'm going to give it 20 more seconds. Then we're ending the submission, and we're going to tally up what they've got going on here. Currently, 10 to 14 is the leader with 22,000 channel points. Best odds are on 17. You get a 1 to 34 odds right now. If you bet they have no card draw in the deck, no real card draw, as determined by my YouTube commenters. Only one. Oh, somebody just voted 5,000 points on 17 off of that. All right, we're going to end in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Done. Now let's look through. Now remember, the rule is it has to be card positive. Cycling, 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 cycling. Discard a card to draw a card. If you would draw a card with no cards in hand, draw 2. I don't know if that... Okay, so 1. We have at least at 1. Cycling. Basically, advanced cycling. Cycling. 2 cards. Cycling. 3 cards. 3. Nobody fucking wins. Or it's how many deep. So sorry. I got this wrong. It's how many deep. So Phyrexian Arena. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The 10th card. Because Phial of Galadriel on its own does not do a goddamn thing. The 10th card is the first card that on its own will simply net you cards. File should count. Jam, you're crazy. Zinq, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. I appreciate that generosity. All right. Now, they did say that there were discard synergies, which I don't actually believe. We have Faith of the Devoted. Whenever you discard a card, pay 1. Each opponent loses 2 life. You gain 2 life. Yeah, that'll win. 20 turn clock. 20 turn clock, that'll win. Discard 1 damage to each opponent. Discard draw. So this is like we can discard a card. So the thing is, we don't want to both be having all of our card draw be cycling and have things that make us just raw discard a card. Because at this point, the only thing that can bring us back is Phial of Galadriel. I think this is the second or third, like you have to on purpose discard a thing. And that's really bad when you combine it with a card draw section that can only draw you cards by revolving door card drawing. No, it doesn't count now, and the fact that Phial doesn't count is why you should be so worried about relying on it. The only possible correct choices. ETB, deal damage to each opponent equal to your devotion to red. Minotaurs you control have Death Touch. Whenever Spirit Binder becomes untapped, you can pay 2 mana, put a token copy on the battlefield. It's a copy of another target creature, gains haste, exile it. Decent. Gornog, the Chad. Sakarath, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. I appreciate those Bezos bucks. Welcome to the dog home. So Minotaurs get +2/+0. Each creature you control gets +1/+. So I played against this yesterday. This thing's crazy for sure. Dreadhorde Champion, you can discard card. You can wheel your hand and float red mana. You can float red mana for life lost. Neheb the Worthy, first strike. If you're hellbent, they get +2/+0. And you can make everybody discard stuff. Azalea Fox, thank you for the Prime sub as well. I appreciate those Jeffrey dollars. Welcome to the dog home. +1/+1 and trample. Cost reduce Minotaurs. You can exert it to copy something. Okay. I'm not having it removal-ish. We can keep 1 card type tapped forever. That's really funny if you're like, I'm playing my silly Kindred deck, however, I do hate Merfolk. Real removal, that's decent. Yeah, this type of selective removal, like I only give Anthrax to the socioeconomic group of my choosing, is always very powerful for Kindred decks. Dreadbore Grasp. No. Okay. Yeah, and then these two. Anastasia Lohanar, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. So I'm going to once again say something that I think would have been controversial if motherfucking Salubrious Snail had not beaten me to this point many months ago. I am a big detractor of Kindred decks being it's all this one creature type. Because what you are doing is you are giving up the agency in your deck building to the Wizards of the Coast balancing team. And I don't know if you've seen what these guys put out, but these guys put out Nadu. And they also put out a 2-mana 2/2 that can't block unless you have another Minotaur. The same people designed these two cards. And both said, yes, both of these good for the game. And so you have some stuff, like you have Minotaurs that have motion, and even if you want to do Kindred, I not only think it would be more effective, I think it would be more satisfying to build around the Minotaurs that have motion and disregard the bad Minotaurs. Like when we eventually have to leave this planet because we have ruined it so furiously, even in a perfect world, we're not going to be able to take everybody. I'm not going to recommend what the selection criteria should be for humanity as a whole, but I am going to recommend that Fellhide Brawler does not make it on the spaceship. I just am. I'm going to recommend that a Naba ancestor, hey, maybe we honor our ancestors, we bury our ancestors, and we replace him with additional ranked competitive racism. But basically, there's a ton of cards in here that are just like hot garbage. And the available number of commander pools in the world where you can get away with hot garbage is shrinking quickly. So if you have a dedicated play group in which you all have garbagey decks, kind of like Shoulda or in Troper's playgroup, something like this is fine. I would never bring something like this into Gen Pop unless we altered it to be, okay, this is discard and crash out. If the Minotaur, it's going to be mostly Minotaurs because I love Minotaurs, but if the Minotaur does not contribute to the discard crash out game plan, I think we should probably cut them. Like, we talk about discard stuff, but for the most part, our payoffs are so scant that I think most of the time this is just a tapped land. Like, let's count. How many different ways can we get something because we've discarded? We have Faith of the Devoted, which isn't even, this is already us breaking from the Minotaur plan to go into what I'm talking about, which is the discard crash out plan. We have Faith of the Devoted, Glinthorn Buccaneer, Pitiless Vizier, but this is a draft playable, barely. Grizzly Survivor, yet another incredible, hey, awesome draft card for whatever set this was. And that's it. So we have 4 ways. We have 4 things. I've solved your, hold on, we missed this tag. I've solved your Labyrinth Puzzle Master, Labyrinth of Scophos Maze Warden. Oh, he can fight anybody. So this is, ooh, we get 2 references for the price of 1. You get 11 mauled points for that, DMC. But returning to the point, we have 4 ways to benefit from discarding cards. None of those benefits are particularly powerful, and we have kind of handicapped the entire rest of the deck to play around it, save for Phyrexian Arena. And I'm not saying we have to abandon ship and go totally into, like, oops, all generic EDH rec Kindred packages. But, like, I think for your draw section, Minotaurs seem like a deck that would benefit way more from wheels than they would from doing this kind of like one-off discard one at a time thing. Especially because you have this like mass patriarchs bidding thing. Like I would go into wheels, living death. Like I wheel a bunch and then I bring the Minotaur Apocalypse down upon your head is where I would probably go with this deck to make it both more effective and to run a little bit smoother. Like I think a really big need that your silly fun time decks have to have is they have to have a very, very straightforward game plan that has some agency. I think right now we have a straightforward game plan, but it's straightforward because it's mostly terrible. Let's check that in the play test. Yep, mostly terrible. We also have a 5 mana commander we can't ramp to. So we're spending most of our game land pass, land pass, land rock pass, land. All right, 4 turns we've done nothing, but now we have Sethron out. Turn 5. Let's cook it up. Let's get to chefing. We play 2 Minotaurs. And now these guys have a banner effect. So everything has +1/+1. Turn 6. Did you not see the ramp section? Absolutely not. So we have two banner effects. So we have +2/+2 to our board. They all have trample. We can also give them all menace. And the thing is, I don't think any of the cards in our hand are even worth playing. I think it's better to pump this twice. So now we have +4/+2 to our whole board. So we have 4, 8, 12. Oh no, sorry. 4, 12, 16, 22, 28. That feels good. That feels pretty good. And then once again, like the stuff in our hand, holy fuck. Stand or fall, who cares? We have menace and we have a bunch of massive fucking guys. Again with this motherfucker. Again with this motherfucker. So turn 2, we could get this unholy 1/1 out. Ultimate Pylord says this is stronger than the Rebels deck by a wide margin. So are coughing babies, Pylord. Everything was stronger than the Rebels deck. That's because Rebels weren't actually built to win any games of Magic. They were made to be underdogs. So we can banner. This can enter. I mean, we could make this enter with haste, but I don't think it matters. We can do Fanatic of Mogus, but our devotion isn't that high yet. So we exert that guy. I'm dumping our hand, and I'm going to float 4 red mana. And then I'm going to play Gornog the Reaper. Look at how good wheels are. Look at how fucking good wheels are in this deck. Then our next turn. See, like now we have this discard shit, and we can try to start pinging with Neheb. I just don't believe in it like I believe in kicking everybody in the head with the million Minotaurs. I'm gonna play this one, but otherwise I'm gonna save all our mana. We hit people for like fucking, I don't know, 1 million. We probably spread the love to make as many cowards as possible. We have a couple warriors. Oh, but the tokens aren't warriors. That's a little cringe. And then we dump these 3. We pay 3 mana into this to try to just get even more damage. We floated some mana, so we play another Minotaur. And then I think we just win off of playing this guy. And I think if we get board wiped, and like the deck does work because you want to crash out. So I will give you the point for the deck on its own functions. I think your desire to be clever with the discard synergy is detracting from the crash out potential of the deck, because I think the discard stuff is cute at best, while the crash out stuff is very potent, very silly, very interactable. And you could maybe keep like the best discard thing, maybe Faith of the Devoted, but like Pitiless Vizier is just in here because he says Minotaur. And if when you're building a Kindred deck, you take a bunch of creatures that are solely in there because they say insert Kindred term, you're on your way to building both a bad deck and a deck that lacks any individuality. Because that's what, you know, Chat GPT could build that Kindred deck. If you just said, okay, slap in every Minotaur, try to make something work, versus take a theme that is very, very present in the Kindred that I want to build around, take a bunch of things that work well for that Kindred or for that strategy, and then slap them together with mostly Minotaurs. I think, Alaren, if your Kindred deck needs Maskwood Nexus and Coat of Arms, it just shouldn't exist. This is for everybody. If you're ever working on a Kindred deck and you're thinking, oh, this is really struggling, I know how I can fix it. I can put in Maskwood Nexus and Coat of Arms, delete the Moxfield thing, delete the URL, and just start over. What if the Kindred only barely has like 40 good creatures like allies? You don't need to have 40 allies in your Kindred deck. You can have like 20. You can have like 20 and a lot of really good support. Because I'm not even saying, I'm not saying replace Pitiless Vizier with Doomsday. I'm saying replace Pitiless Vizier with just more wheels. Because that supports your discard synergy. It supports your Patriarch's bidding later on. It supports any of this reanimation stuff. And it gives you like actual card draw. Because all we have right now is card selection that will leave us totally up shit creek if we ever get board wiped. Not Faithless Looting. Faithless Looting is card negative. This deck, this entire section is Faithless Looting and Faithless Looting byproducts. And so the things like, and now Grizzly Survivor, if we're on wheels, this guy becomes way better, right? If we're on I discard 1 card a turn to big score, or maybe I discard 2 cards a turn because I play big score and then I cycle Baron more, whatever. If you have a handful of shit and you Wheel of Fortune, you got a real creature now. You got a real goddamn creature on your hands that can't be blocked by cowards because of our backup Minotaur commander. Night C, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. Rant about 15 months of my silly guy nonsense. Welcome back to the dog home, my friend. And so the deck does work as it is, but you're 100% being held back by your desire to shove in every single Minotaur rather than trying to figure out what the Minotaurs want to do and then support that. Because some effects just aren't worth building around. Like this, like Neheb's the Worthy effect. If he's not going to be your commander, it's not worth building around being Hellbent. If he was your commander, maybe it's worth building around being Hellbent to get the +2/+0. But if he's not your commander, that means very rarely are you going to actually resolve him, which means very rarely do you actually get rewarded for purposely putting yourself down to one card in hand. Like, you've made the deck fragile in a way that it doesn't need to be fragile. The Minotaurs are already weak. They need the help. They don't need us handcuffing them by not letting them draw any cards. And I think even if you... First of all, we already have cards in here that don't say Minotaur. So there's for sure no argument of it is a flavor mismatch, because we've already brought in a ton of fucking shit that doesn't say Minotaur on it. So that is my number one suggestion, is we gotta wheel them. We gotta be wheeling. Because if we wheel, then we have the agency to continue playing the game when people do stuff to us. We set up for these mass reanimations, and I would probably include a few more mass reanimations too. Because if you have Sethron out, or if you get Sethron and 15 Minotaurs out, I don't care what everybody else reanimated, you're winning. So I would take like Patriarch's Bidding, I would take like Rise of the Dark Realms, and I would put more wheels in, and I would do it at the cost of the just absolutely worst Minotaurs like Anaba Ancestor and Fellhide Brawler. Because the other thing here is playing 2-mana Minotaurs doesn't fucking matter. None of these Minotaurs really matter until Sethron's out, because they only matter to make a guy with Sethron. I would also say 8 ramp is not enough. Especially when one's ephemeral ramp, like Arcane Signet. Haiku Owl, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. For a 5-mana commander that somebody might spite remove at one point, like, I'll be real, I know Minotaurs are silly as a person. If you play a commander that is, I make a token every time I play a guy, I can do the math and see how that gets out of hand really quickly. They have the Talisman. They have the Talisman and the Signet, and you know, they have a couple of the classics. So I would take like your 8 worst Minotaurs and add in some mix of wheels, mass reanimation, and lands. And I think the deck will be just as silly, but smoother. Where is the personality matrix? Here it is. I am going to, oh no, reopen that window. I'm going to put you in handcuffed yourself to a radiator for the bit, and it's a good bit. I like Minotaurs. They're very cute, and you did a really good job of avoiding the typical brain sickness of going, well, my creature type is weak, so I need to stuff in all of these like generically super good value pieces. It got you a little bit, but it gets most people with Phyrexian Arena. It's just a very, very good card. And I think you've overvalued everything saying Minotaur, and you haven't valued enough Like, everything in the deck needs to work with each other, and just because these two cards say Minotaur doesn't mean they work with each other. Except for Fellhide Brawler, who is, I mean, that is one of the hardest handicaps I've seen in a minute. Anyway, just because it says Minotaur does not mean it is part of the team. All right. So as we have covered previously, now that we have come to the end of one deck, Kilroy is going to be up next. Honestly, the cheap guys there are there to make it plus a token TBH. And that's what I understand them to be there for. I'm just saying there's other things that are just flat out better for the same plan. Particularly at these like low mana drops where they can't refill your hand, the most common outcome of Fellhide Brawler is I hold this in my hand until turn 6, which sucks, or I play this turn 2 and it doesn't do anything. Both options are just bad, versus if you have a hand that had 3 lands, 1 piece of ramp, a wheel, and 2 bad Minotaurs, every time you would ramp into the wheel and just get a fresh hand and give up the shitty Minotaurs, because as you said, they're just there to make a token, and you'd rather just get 7. So that's what I'm saying to do. Is I'm not saying like, oh, take it out for Massacre Worm or some like generically good creature. I'm saying take it out for something that is going to further your Minotaur game plan much more aggressively than this is a terrible 2-mana creature that will make me an okay token. Does the same apply to Magda, Brazen Outlaw if I'm just picking the lowest cost dwarves I can find? This one, probably not, just because Magda by herself is so fucking broken that whatever you do with her, you're coming up with the EDH Rec Magda deck, and so you just can't escape it. You're in the swirly. You are in the short stack swirly if you play Magda. And no matter what dwarves you pick, it's never going to end up thematic, because you're just going to play Portal to Phyrexia, or you're just going to play Hellkite Tyrant. And that's how it's going to go. So now that we've reviewed DMC's deck, we're going to move on to Kilroy's deck. But before we do Kilroy's deck, we're going to do an ad break so that we have pre-rolls off and that everybody can watch the deck roast without being interrupted by ads. As I covered earlier in the stream, I've all but turned off automatic ads. I've set it as low as it can go, which is 30 seconds per hour, such that you all don't need to be interrupted when we're doing shit. Exactly, Kilroy. No ad break in your roast. And so I'm going to hit a 2-minute ad break. I'm going to use the bathroom, then I'll be back to talk about Hole with the subs. Sincere Shuckle, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. And then we'll move on to Kilroy's deck. So I'll see you all very soon. Auction time? No auction. Nobody buy my chair. Nobody buy my chair. Oh, here. No. I know. I'm not going to give you motherfuckers the chance. He's falling. Hold on. Nadu's watching. Nadu's watching. All right, have you been good? You stopped them? 45 for Nadu. Okay, $335 for the bird. You might actually get it. I will transfer 2 inches of hairline for the bird. You know I love you, buddy, right? But you don't know what I'm going through. Your hairline is perfect. You have a beautiful widow's peak. You have no diffuse thinning. You don't know what it's like from me. I need my 2 inches, Nadu. I need my 2 inches. $250 for the bird, and I give Malt a fucking break for a month. Nah, get out of here. Oh my god, this ad break is still running. That is insane. While we're on a break, can we take a sec to go over the deck submission process? We sure can. There are 2 processes right now. You can either find the slide that I wrote this on. Hold on. What was this one? What the hell did Bo do, man? Okay. Okay, so the two ways to do it are if you are a Patreon member and you are a member of the $25 or $50 tier, there are 30 first come, first serve slots that you can sign up for every month. This does not guarantee that every patron is going to get a deck roast. But I do appreciate the patrons that stick around in spite of not always getting their deck roast, because they're the ones making it possible for me to do this shit full time. And I appreciate that greatly. If you want to guarantee that you either get a deck roast or keep your money, your option is going to be ko-fi.com/maldhound. The first Sunday of every month, there's going to be deck roasts sold as commissions. They're going to be 18 sold every month. And so you donating the price of a deck roast to me does not get you a deck roast. If you donate to me on Ko-Fi, that's very kind. I appreciate it. It will get you a firm handshake and a how do you do. It will not get you a deck roast. The deck roasts are at noon Pacific time, the first Sunday of every month. 18 become available. This month, you had 4 minutes. That was how long they took to sell out in January. I am considering making a second, more expensive wave per month if people want more. But honestly, these are mentally taxing to do. I don't want to ever burn out to the point where I'm just reading through a list going, damn, that's crazy. This isn't as effective as Jessica's Will, though. Damn, that's crazy. But how often are you running into life gain players? You should probably run Vampiric Tutor instead. Like, if the deck roast ever became that, you guys wouldn't like them. I wouldn't like them. The YouTube highlight reels we make out of them would suck so hard. Oh, Dungeon Masters, I did enjoy the deck. Like, again, it's good and it works. I just think, like, I don't think the changes I'm suggesting are bringing it up to a new level of power. I'm just talking about, like, let's make it run a little bit smoother and do the silly goof thing more reliably. Like, that's what I want, is if you are bringing this out as silly head empty time, I want that car's engine to fire with 100% reliability because I know that we're not even able to get up to highway speeds. If this was like a supercar and you were like, it's either going to win the race or it's going to explode trying, different approach. But if it's like, this is my like passion project. It's the shitty car I've had since I was 15. I've rebuilt it by hand. I want to make a world where every time you drive that car, it drives. And it's going to make a lot of rattling noises, and maybe a hubcap is going to fall off, but I want it to drive. So the consistency changes I'm talking about are all for the sake of, let's make sure this car drives. Let's make sure this car makes something happen and gets to crash out, gets to discard buku cards. Because again, like I think you don't win the game off of wheeling into Grizzly Survivor. I think you laugh a little. I think you discard 7 for Grizzly Survivor. You laugh a little. So that's what I'm talking about. So anyway, that is how you get onto the deck roasting in the future. We're going to move on to Kilroy's deck, which is silly as well. Hivis, in its best, parentheses, still very bad form. Using confusion in the ranks to trade for good things, then Hivis to take my shit back, then sack outlets to fling said poo at my opponents or turn their old friends into poo to fling if they try to take them back. Hivis of the insensitive deck title. I get confusion in the ranks. I trade shiny yet useless things for their friends and family. It's a great deal. I take those shiny things back and throw them at the person's face. If I don't get confusion in the ranks, I get the shiny useless things as shields until I do. So let's walk through something really quick. We're going to name this slide the Kilroy Clause, even though Kilroy, we had to go through this for somebody else before you anyway, and it's a very common thing. So I'm going to call this the I have a girlfriend test. When you're talking about what your deck does, every additional step in your deck's plan is adding a new condition to the sentence, I have a girlfriend. So let's go to boots on the ground example. I get confusion in the ranks. I swap with confusion. I steal it back with Hivis. I sacrifice it for value. So I play confusion in the ranks in this sentence. Choose not to untap, gain control of target dragon. If Hivis becomes untapped or you lose control of Hivis, lose control of that dragon. Yeah, that seems extremely normal for the thing I'm setting up here. This is your I have a girlfriend. I steal it back with Hivis is she is a world famous supermodel. I sacrifice it for value is she goes to a different school though. And if we look at this sentence, we can identify that it's quite aspirational. And if we add on, this wins the game, that's where we add in Canada. And a lot of decks are like this. Now, thankfully, this deck has built in the out. If I don't get confusion in the ranks, I just get the shiny useless things as shields till I do. And I love that. I love when a deck is capable of functioning without this whole thing. So this means that this deck has this sentence, and it also has the sentence Look at that. This is acceptable. You are scaly, but this is totally acceptable. Now, I will be investigating whether or not that is true with your 99, but if you tell me the aspirational plan is world famous supermodel girlfriend who you guys don't know because she goes to a school in Canada, is possible, but the deck is also reliably, I have a girlfriend who is my dragon commander, that's fine. So creatures. Also, for anybody unfamiliar with Confusion in the Ranks, whenever you play a thing, its controller chooses a permanent another player controls that shares a type with it, and then you exchange control of those permanents. Dig. All right. We are. All right. We're going to have to talk about the plight of indigenous peoples and how you relate to them, Kilroy, because this is. I'm not reading that. All right. Anger. This is good to have in the graveyard. Creatures we control have haste. This is definitely good for our theft strategy. Dig for gold. Yeah, I get it, Kilroy. I get it. Big score, Bonder's Enclave, which, does this work with our commander? No, cringe. Cathartic Reunion. Okay, a lot of card selection, very little card advantage, but that does make sense in a deck where all we need is this one Confusion in the Rank card. We're going to top a little bit for sure. We're monocolor, so we get a chair. Fling Poo. So these are the sack outlets. We can sack a creature to mill. We can sack a creature. 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 Sack a creature. Sack a creature. Sack a creature. Now, I'm going to point out to you none of these are this good. Particularly in the context of a Confusion in the Ranks thing. Now, if it's just, I just need a way to kill your creatures to keep the board clear so that I can beat you to death, that's a little bit more fine. But right now, the outlets, like, we're never winning the game because we sacrifice one person's one other creature with Altar of Dementia. I'm also immediately concerned with, I'm immediately concerned by all of our outlets are creature sack, and we have 19 creatures in the deck. That is not, you are going to clean run out of dick, Kilroy. Getting rid of my dragon lets me Hivas again. That's true. That is true. Garbage for trade. Very good card. Garbage, sure, yeah. All right, garbage. Okay, this is decent. Yeah, we throw out these guys as chump blockers. If we get Confusion of the Ranks, we get to swap them. Protect the ranks. Chaos Warp, rewrite history. All right, this is all our interaction. 7 is a little bit low, but you have so much dig. I'm going to presume that if a problem does present itself, you'll be able to dig to the answer. Chaos. All right, exchange control, thieves auction. $35 lands. Fuck you. Jaspero TV, thank you for the Prime sub, my friend. Welcome to the dog home. I appreciate that generosity. I keep building my commander decks too spiky. What's a good Johnny value commander that's stupid enough not to run away with the game and not make my playgroup hate me? I really don't know for Johnny because I don't build convoluted combos very often. And I think, honestly, if you're building your commander decks too spiky, that's probably a consequence of you as a Magic player and not necessarily the commander you're building. And so it's less of, okay, if I build this commander, I can just build them and it's going to be okay, and more of, when you build the commander, you're going to have to constantly check yourself and out, like, am I doing it again? Am I doing it again? Hey, Kilroy, Goldfisher raises a pretty good point of what happens if you play Confusion in the ranks and somebody else plays a creature and takes Hivis. You know what? Let's see. I sack Hivis. Alright. They were ready. They were ready with the answer. So we do this, that. I'm going to Howling Mine because holy fuck, we need cards. Land, Sphere. Just going to ramp like a fucking madman, actually. So that. We have 2 mana. I'll play Smoldering Egg. Okay. It's turn 5. We've ramped. We are going to Unexpected Windfall. Fuck this Changeling. We get 4 Ember counters. Draw 2. Fuck Swashbuckler. Get 3 Ember counters on, so we get to transform them. Draw 2. We could Replicating Ring. Demand Answers. Deal 2 damage to something. Draw 2. Play a land. I don't even remember if we played land for turn, but I don't even care if we didn't. Draw 2. Float a red. Play our bounce land. 2, 3. Then we have Sneak Attack. But we've spent 7 turns with a 4/4, and we've given everybody else an extra card every draw step since turn 2. And Kilroy, I think what we're running into is not even something that's at fault with you, but like a problem of the game of Commander is that because you get a Commander, it's led a lot of people to think that if you have one pet card, you can build a deck around it. And I think if you have one card that you really love that isn't in the command zone, that does not deserve a Commander deck being built around it. Like, you are dumping so much money into technology that just doesn't exist. Like, this is your Neuralink. This is your Elon Musk Neuralink, and this graveyard is full of all the dead monkeys from the failed surgical testing when you tried to implant it. Because you've built, you've built a deck where we ramp reliably, you've drawn cards reliably, we've had some scant interaction, but you are being held back so fiercely by the fact that the primary strat is one card in the 99 in colors that have access to one tutor, that I think this is a case of, like, you have built a monstrosity that should not exist. If you... I mean, this guy's just bad because he looks like he was made before the year 2000. And yeah, Kilroy, Gamble could just blow you out because you don't have graveyard recursion because you're in mono red, which I don't think has enchantment recursion from the graveyard. Like, this is 100%. this is 100% your teacher asked you what you wanted to be when you grew up, and you said an astronaut, but you're legally blind. Some things just aren't possible for you. That doesn't mean confusion in the ranks isn't funny. That doesn't mean that if you got confusion of the ranks on the field, it's not a silly time. But because you have to put so much effort behind just getting the one card there, we don't have, like, the deck is not capable of doing other things. Not because you've built it badly, there's just not room. There just straight up isn't room. And there also isn't room for, like, a way to win. Like, I'm imagining if we still haven't got a sack outlet. So we still can't even, like, let's say this was here. This is confusion in the ranks. We play it. We play Hivis. We give Ashmouth Dragon to somebody else. We've stolen their guy. We're out of Dick, Kilroy. And that's not your fault. You're working with something below the American average. But we tap Hivis, we can take Ashmouth back. So now, after turn 8, we've played as aggressively as we could. We've ramped a lot. We get this back. They try to remove it. Boom. We built this deck well. We have Will's Reversal. Get fucked. You don't get to take our guy. And then we hang out. Oh, we could steal an artifact. We could swap Darksteel Ingot for the next best artifact. But then the situation repeats where, like, we don't even want to play this with Confusion in the Ranks out because we want to keep this. I guess we could immediately tap it to draw a card, put it back, and then the thing would just fizzle, and then we go back to Cathartic Reunion. We have one more creature. We put this down, we steal one more thing. But we're still so far from bringing about an apocalypse that I just really think this is a love letter to somebody that was catfishing you on AOL. Confusion in the Ranks just doesn't love you back. And this is a disclaimer that has to come with all of my deck roasts, and thank you for predicating it a fun amount of stacks. I'm going off of the play patterns I find fun. I know there are play patterns that I don't find fun that other people find enjoyable. If you have an enjoyable time fiddling with God's least circular Beyblade, it's not up to me to yuck your yum, right? If you're having fun and I point at you, like, where's that internet meme? Like, if no amount of verbal barbs I can throw should ever take away the fact that you have viscerally enjoyed your time playing the deck. And so if you enjoy what's happening here, despite the fact that I feel it to be a confused mess, continue enjoying it. In terms of improving it, in terms of saying, can it play or win at Magic? You don't have a goddamn chance, brother. My brother in Christ, you are doomed. Honestly, the best thing I could suggest for this deck is trying to get your playgroup to agree to a Rule 0, I get Confusion of the Ranks in my command zone as a background, but it costs double. Like, me personally, you might be able to convince me with that. You might be able to convince me of, I get Hivis and I get Confusion of the Ranks in my command zone. I will pay double for confusion in the ranks. That would pass my vibe check. You might even be able to do it for like 1 or 2 additional mana, but truly I would just attempt to gaslight your play groups into letting you command zone confusion in the ranks, because it is so important to your gimmick. And right now, so much of your deck's agency budget is spent trying to force this meme to happen. You're like that one guy in New York who won't stop yelling "yer." I mostly built this because I'm partially insane and I'm trying to build everything. And that's like a bad thing that we should spray you with the hose about, Kilroy. I love you as a person. So many people, like, this is the pipeline of, here's the pipeline of new Commander players. I think I need to move. No, I'm not in the way. Okay, just Teresa, the one strand of hair. This is what happens when everybody starts playing Commander. Is they play it, they realize, holy fuck, this is a really good multiplayer game. And then as soon as you build your first deck, which on average takes 3 days after contact with the mind virus, you go, I'm going to build everything. Everything in my life can be achieved by building a good Commander deck. Every interesting thing I've ever wanted to do can also exist as a Commander deck. And this is one of those cases where it just doesn't. What if I'm on year 4 and it's my hyperfixation? I already did every Pokemon in 1v1. Well, the thing is, so step 2, this goes till you die. This is not a like new player thing that stops when you're an old player. This is a thing that infects you as a new player and never ever leaves you. I have been through this phase myself, so I get it. I am just here to tell you that, like, this is probably the best the deck is going to be for what you want it to be. And the only way to improve it from here is to attempt to gaslight your friends into letting you play Confusion in the ranks in the command zone and coming up with some type of appropriate condition that makes them think that's fair. Because this is like true unbridled gimmickry. If you could talk your way into that, that's what I would do. And then what I would do after that is I would probably shave a little bit of the ramp and card draw, and yeah, I would shave a little bit of this stuff for better sack outlets, so that after, or even like better theft outlets, so that after you steal everything, you can win the game with it. Because that's the next piece that I think is missing, is unless somebody else plays a really good creature for you to take, after you steal everything, you're left with like, haha, I've stolen everything and sacrificed everything, and now we sit here upon a pile of ash, dancing as kings do. Ha! And then everyone kills you with hammers. So if you can gaslight everybody into letting you have Confusion of the ranks in your command zone, I would put in either like better fling or anything else in mono red that's going to work well for I've stolen a bunch of shit. Dank someone, this deck was about using Hivis of the Scale to steal back the things you traded away with Confusion in the ranks. But unfortunately, getting to Confusion in the ranks is so difficult in mono red that you just don't really have, it's just not working. And that's on Wizards and not as much on Kilroy. How we feeling? Kilroy Nation. How we feel about this assignment? How many hours of sleep did you get last night, Kilroy? And more importantly, how many hours of sleep before this deck was made? Maybe I should not ask about hours. How many minutes of sleep? 2. Perfect. Go to bed. Kilroy, I sentence you to bed. I think honestly, the highest praise I can give this deck is anybody else who has red in their colors and is going, my gimmick is not working reliably, they should look at this deck. If they say they do not have the money, they do not have the cards to do their specific gimmick, look at this deck, make it like this deck, it will work. It is just that this deck has reached for the impossible gimmick. This deck is Icarus, and Confusion of the Ranks is your sun, and you are plummeting down to earth with a 5 mana 3/4 and no hope of doing anything before turn 12. But this is a very, very good card draw ramp vegetables section. Most of it card selection, not card advantage. So if you need card advantage, you probably lean a little bit different. But if you need card selection and you need money, this is wonderful. Everybody should reference this. I will be putting this into the Twitch chat. But holy fuck, it is so bad. Holy fuck, overall as a deck, it is so bad. Alright, so that's going to bring us to the end of Kilroy. Troper, we have 3 people remaining for the day because Score has not shown up. We've got Mighty Roosh, we've got Dr. Crab, we've got Alarin. Oh wait, we have one more. Hold on. There was one more person who it's Dad out for milk. Dad out for milk we scheduled today because they're not able to make it to any streams, and so we're doing it for the VOD. So we've got Dad out for milk at the end of all of this, but they're not going to sound off. Alarin, you are in the order that I just posted into Twitch chat. You're at the... I just dumped the order into Twitch chat. Please reference that message. So Mighty Roosh, please sound off in chat. Roosh, if you don't sound off, we will move on to our good boys Crab and Alarin, who I know are in the stream now. And then at the end, we're going to do Dad out for milk, and we're going to clown him while he cannot defend himself. And it's going to be perfect. Making a single card the core of the deck is sometimes very fun, Valoria, but it depends heavily on whether or not the deck still has agency outside of the commander, and it depends on how good your colors are at digging you to the card that matters. Anybody else notice that Maul's jacket is fucking huge? Yo, this thing is nice. I picked this up yesterday from a Burlington. $200 value, $50. Still too much, by the way. $50 still too much. Crazy. But I love it. It's very good. My girlfriend was upset that I had not purchased the jacket in, I think, about 5 years. Longer than that, actually. I think the last jacket I bought was a decade ago. This is the first jacket I've bought in a decade. But it looks nice, so I'm wearing it all the time. I'm getting my $50 right now. So shout out Burlington Coat Factory. Everybody in there looked sad, but we were getting deals. I saw your video with 3-3 Elk. Was there anything that got left on the cutting room floor that you wanted to mention? Felix, if you mean the podcast, I don't think so. Budget Coach, you should have your email. I emailed everybody for January on the 8th. So drop me, Coach, drop me your email address, either on Discord, or if you think you can drop some type of like riddle of, oh, it's in your spam. That does happen to a couple people because I have like a Gmail account. But you should be, yeah, you should be scheduled for a day. If that day doesn't work, email me back. We can figure out a new day. New Day to have you on. I believe they might be referring to the What Defines Casual Commander video. Oh, Alec, man, that's a good catch. I haven't watched it, so I have no idea how much of my original answer Elk used. I do know that our call for it, like in total, our call for it was only like 12 minutes, and we chopped it up a lot about other bullshit. Like we organized me being on the Magic Mirror podcast in the call that we did for that video, and so yeah, there's a lot of stuff that shouldn't have made it into the video because I was like, we were talking about like anime or like video games we play. And Troper, thank you. All right, so I don't see Mighty Roosh, although I know they were here before. Oh, thank you, Lauren. Okay, the date works. I remembered you saying something about sending a Discord message, so I wasn't checking my email regularly. Hey, listen. My logistics are a fucking mess. That's on me, King. Don't you worry your pretty little head about it. I am at every moment trying to keep up with correspondence through like 5 different channels, and I fuck it up all the time. So I am sorry that I told you to look out for one channel and then took another one. That is my bad, but I'm glad we have it settled now. Slaughtermelon, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. Alarin, we're going to get you now since I haven't seen Crab type in a minute. So for everybody who's just hopped into the stream, we're doing ads differently. We run all my ads manually so that we never get ads in the middle of a roast and so that you guys don't have to put up with pre-roll ads. So before we start Alarin's roast, Crab, you have the duration of Alarin's roast to zone back in. For the duration of Alarin's, or right before Alarin's roast, I'm going to manually run an ad break. And then that way, none of you are going to get ads during the roast. Nobody's going to have pre-roll ads if they jump into the stream during this roast. So we're going to hit a 2-minute break and then get into Alarin's roast. Have you tried using a CRM mold? I know there are some free ones out there. Hold on. Oh, no, I haven't, because I don't want it to feel... I feel like it would just end up feeling too sanitized if I switched over to a relationship manager for the scale that I'm currently at. Like, when I get big, it will become a necessity, but as much as I can, I would like it to still feel like everybody gets to interact with me. Interact with me rather than just like interacting with my inbox. Although that does come with the disadvantages of me being kind of a fucking mess. Cashin, what do you mean by channels? I don't want to be that guy, but is Mauled looking malder than usual? Hairline a little busted. It depends on what you mean by that. I've been using Hims for a fair amount of time, and so I've been tracking my hairline, and it has not changed incredibly much, although it is very receded. And when the light hits it the right ways, it can expose how thin certain areas are. Like from here forward, basically doesn't exist. And depending on how the light catches it, the ephemeralness of that part of my hair can get exposed pretty fucking quickly. Oh, Cashin, it's usually just email and Discord right now. Ladle Lover, it's 7 in the morning for me. I haven't been asleep in 24 hours. Should I keep watching or embrace the cold slumber that is a good night's rest? Ladle Lover, I'm not even going to say anything. I'm just going to direct your attention to the personality matrix. Cocaine Sommelier, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Cashin, the problem is mostly that I don't have a separate I don't have separate email and Discord channels set up for like business and for personal stuff. And so like my Discord is, yeah, Laren, the ad's done. We have like 45 minutes of no pre-roll time, so I'm going to finish this little section and then we're going to get into it, but you will not get hit with an ad in the middle. Oh, Squeak's hair banter. Thank you, Morgan. I appreciate it. Anyway, I don't have separate channels for personal communication and business communication on Discord. And so I often fumble the ball on Discord because there are a ton of people who try to get in touch with me on a daily basis. Now, a ton of these are like good-natured people. They're people from the Discord. They're people from the stream who are like, oh, hey, like, did you see this? Have you heard about this? Do you have an answer for me about this thing I asked you about on stream, XYZ? But there are, you know, I'm to the point where there is a level of targeted harassment that just comes with the job. And so there's some times where I will just like close up Discord and have to go a few hours without looking at it anymore. And so stuff like that will really put me behind on a lot of like Discord specific correspondence, because I will get a little bit of aversion to either looking through existing messages or looking through like the message requests from people that are trying to get in touch with me. And so that's something that I'm going to have to manage on my own hand. And then on the email side, currently I don't experience any targeted harassment on my email, but what I do experience is tens of people, probably tens of people a month. So like on average, 1 to 2 people a day that are just asking for free work, which is, you know, a little annoying. Just the sort of like mass email, we're trying to contact you about an opportunity, or and this one like honestly hurts the most, because, or not even hurts, but is like the most difficult for me to navigate, because I really like trying to help other people who are trying to be creative when I can. Relic, if you're in the stream, I think I still need to see that draft of the first video we talked about. But Brackish Brit is another person that I, again, did not help very much. They were doing some cool stuff, and I just tried to give them some pointers. But I like to help other people that are trying to do creative stuff when I can. But I get a ton of people who will reach out to me asking if they can collaborate with me. And when I further entertain the collaboration effort, it immediately becomes, oh, can you script a video that I get to be in and you shout me out in? And those requests are just mentally exhausting, because I still don't want to be like, I'm rude enough to the phone screen. I don't want to be rude to real people unless they super deserve it. And I just get a near endless amount of people who go, no, Alec, man, your emails are an example of the positive emails of like, this is just a thing. Like, your emails are what the bad emails distract me from getting to. That's what I'm talking about. But there's just a ton of people who, and they like, this has happened in person at conventions too, but it's just like anybody that has their own video channel that they're trying to get off the ground. And I understand that it is very difficult when you're first starting out and everybody tells you collab. And so the idea is like, oh, I need to work with these people. But I would say like 90% of the collaborations I've been asked to do by new creators boil down to them asking me to do something funny with them in shot, and then telling people to go follow them, which is not my most favorite thing. It is not my most. And then these people get very fucking mad when you say no. I'm going to yeah, there's like email screening, but again, like these people will these people do the same thing at conventions. They do the same thing, like if they can find me in person, they'll try to utilize the fact that I don't want to make a scene in public or do things that are going to be misinterpreted as me popping off on somebody who just wanted to talk to me, and they will use that as an attempt to lock down a bunch of my time and then get very like pushy and angry if I say that's not my thing. Is there a blanket response to those that boils down to send me a script and I'll see if I can work with that? Jordan, that is basically what I do now. That is basically what I do now. And like, again, my, for posterity, my blanket offer is, if you want to work with me, I will always entertain it. You got to send me the thing. Like, you know what? This example is pretty far removed from small creators, but when this guy asked me to be in his videos, do you want to know? And he asked me to be in his videos when he was a quarter the size he is now. Because he was still early in all of these really fucking good game show videos. But when he asked me to be in his videos, I got one email that said, hey, this is my channel. I'd really like it if you collaborated on a video with me. If you're willing to hear more, like, let's talk on Discord. And I was like, sure. And then he sent me, this is what it's going to be about. This is when I would need you to show up. This is who you would be doing it with. You don't need to prep anything. And I was like, yeah, fuck yeah, why wouldn't we do that? And then we got into a Discord call, filmed it, and then it was very fun for me to film. I'm hopeful that it did well, although I don't think it stands up to his like 10 million view videos, so maybe I did just ruin that video. But like every time I've worked with him, it was just, this is what I need from you. Here's my vision for what it is. Is this a vision you can work within and execute on? And it was like, and again, God, that even sounds like too fancy a word for how fucking easy it was to work with this guy. So like and Prof, same thing, right? When Prof asked me to be on Shuffle Up and Play, I even had a collab that fell through with Jim LePage, because it was a series he had been trying to do that lost a little bit of traction. But even he was like, he came up to me at a convention. He was like, hey, I've seen some of your stuff. I think you're funny. I have this video series I do. These are how the scripts usually work. I would need you to come up with the jokes for this type of combo. So even that was him coming to me and saying, I need you to write for this. But he said, this is the framework it would be in. This is how we would present it. Are you interested in trying to write and voice a script for that? And I was like, hell yeah, that sounds cool. And then my life blew up and I got a little bit too distracted to follow through on it. But like, I have worked with plenty of other people and it's been fine because the other people are like helping drive the car. And so I realize this has been a really, really long and off-topic tangent, and we need to get to a Laren's roast. And I agree that money goes a long way into making these things work. Ancient Relic, DM me more details, and then probably yes. Would you ever do Shuffle Up and Play again? I will be in the professor's studio anytime he wants me for anything. if you ever see me not honest, like, I want you to, I have never turned down work from Prof. He is busy enough and famous enough that he don't fucking need me, but anytime he asks for me, I will be there. Full stop. Oh, I mean, Loki Oren, it's like the thing that gets me about it is not even taking the shot, because I understand that the nature of social media teaches people that you have to try to like secure collabs with people that are bigger than you to keep getting bigger, which is like wrong in its own way. But I at least understand what drives people to ask. What always gets me is the people who, after I say no, and I realize I'm a little cunty, but I do my best to say no in a very, what's the right word for like lacking in inflection? Like I try to take all of the cunty energy out of my normal inflection when I am the neutral tone. Yeah, I try to get a neutral tone when I am denying somebody something, and it still just like always leads to them being like, oh, this dude's a fucking pretentious asshole who won't help anybody, and now that he got his, he just wants to tell everybody else to shove it. Bruh. It just makes me, it's just, oh, very tiring. Hey, it's me, Prof. I need tummy rubs. You in? I'm so in. I'm so in, dude. It's pretentious to have boundaries, I guess. I mean, yeah. To some people on the internet, for sure. So anyway, that's a really long cope rant for why I'm slow to respond to emails. Let's move on. Oh, it's my girlfriend! Everybody say hello to my girlfriend Z-Main character, who is dropping some fucking bars about this very topic. Yeah, it's something within them that they haven't worked on. Lady Karma, we do these reviews. So these are a monthly review process that rolls through. The way you can get roasted is there are commissions sold on Ko-Fi, or you can be a Patreon member. But if you're a Patreon member, you are not guaranteed a roast. Being a Patreon member, 30 roasts are published for Patreon members every month. And if you are one of the first 30 to sign up, you get one. If you aren't, you don't get one. The Ko-Fi commissions, if you don't get a roast, you don't have to pay for anything. But the Ko-Fi roast sold out in about 4 minutes this month. Z's roasting the deck now? Easy. Baby, get them fingies ready. So Leda Lover, it's the $25 tier on Patreon. I think that's still... I think the $25 tier is still locked, so I will unlock it. But again, if you primarily want to support me and the deck roast is a cherry on top, Patreon's a great option. If you really want this deck roast and you do not have the discretionary money to be throwing it around to internet funny men like myself, I would set an alarm for noon on February 2nd, and I would try to snag one of these Ko-Fi commissions. Thank you, Vogan. I appreciate that. $50 tier, Mauled asks Z very nicely to do the roast for him. All right. I think we have edged Alaren enough. So this is Alaren's spooky deck. Top deck, manipulate, and ramp until I hit the... Oh, I copy-pasted wrong. Until I hit the flip. Bit inconsistent with recursion and flipping Runo, so help there. Otherwise, very fun and interactive bit of token copy deck. Wonderful. The deck is super fun when it works, kind of inconsistent flipping my commander, and I'm not really sure what to do about it. Still super fun to have a surprise army of fish people out of nowhere. Yes, the curve is horrific, but considering there's no green in what the commander wants to do, it works out well. Sideboard is cards I'm considering. Sort by tags, has a primer in all caps because they know what I'm like. Let's look at the primer. Goes nuts, draws hate if I start going off, but part of the fun is the deck sometimes dirtles while my commander sits there unflipped. I know Resurrection graveyard stuff exists, but relying on flickering Runo for the weaker of his abilities to pull shit out of your graveyard seems too weak when I could be spending my time forcing my ops to deal with a horde of giant sea monsters. So based on this and my previous decks, how would you rate my decks and or playgroup? Alright, 12 snips out of 20. I still have no idea what the fuck this means, and I'm never going to learn. So Runo, when he enters, put one creature from your graveyard on top of your library. At the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card. You can reveal it. If it's a big shitter, you flip Runo, and whenever he attacks, you make a tapped and attacking copy you make a tapped and attacking copy of a different target attacking creature. If it is a Kraken, Leviathan, Octopus, or Serpent, create 2 of those tokens instead. We have 34 creatures, and the first one is a 6 mana 4/4. Holy fuck. Let's see what this curve looks like. No. Why do we have a pan flute? Not even. Hold on. Why do we have a broken pan flute? I care not for your tags. I care for your mana curve, and your mana curve is irresponsible. Apparently that Leviathan Horror was a badger all along. So Legend Rule, Maskwood Nexus, Arcane Adaption. I know it ain't the best, but at least I'm trying harder than other decks. Okay, so this is potentially card draw, well, cantrip. Dark Tutelage with that curve. I think we need to get you some hotline phone numbers, Alarin. Dark Tutelage with that curve is just stabbing yourself in the chest with a Bowie knife every fucking upkeep. It's a suicide note. Okay, Diabolic Tutor, Greed, search your library for cards. Whenever something someone else owns dies, draw a card. Draw a card for an enchanted creature. I really don't like this one so far. We've been a little bit questionable. I think this is the most questionable only because we have 11 enchantment. We have 5 auras. If we have 5 auras on the deck, like I think this creature should probably this card just probably shouldn't be here in general. Marvo makes sense because that's very much what you want the deck to do. Big Kraken makes sense with our commander. Connections makes sense for sure. Stop it. Good. Honestly fine because you have a big flying commander. Fuck you. Sure. Probably good, yeah. We have a lot of tutors, and I don't see any graveyard tutors. Which is also Profane Tutor. That is an incredible called shot. That is very anime battle of you, and I'm not sure if I respect you for it, if I want to spray you with water for it. Because going, there's a problem on this table. I'm going to suspend a tutor for 2, and then I'll get you. Like, you're Krillin going, Especially if you're searching for Hullbreaker Horror. But again, you don't have to tell people. It's for the Mirror Box / Maskwood Nexus. I'm not even sure if these should be all that necessary to your game plan. This deck needs the help. These are all very normal. I hate Soul Ring, but the rest of these very normal. I'm down with these. Top deck hero. When this comes into play, scry a ton. Scry 3, scry 2, scry 2. Okay, so we have a lot of scry. I think that you are focusing on front Runo's ability, not enough. So there's an idea that I'm going to be presumably making a YouTube video about if Salubrious Snail has not already sniped my fucking terminology, or if he does not snipe my terminology unbeknownst to me within the next week, which is ramp versus aqueduct for your commander. Your aqueduct is your like water tank for your deck. It is a reservoir of resources, or the engine that's going to turn everything on. And ramping is everything that's coming before, and your aqueducts are everything coming after. It's everything channeling your successfully activated engine into advantage. And you have a shitload of aqueducts and you have no ramp. And I know you said in the primer you've ignored it. I think that is a massive mistake, frankly. Like, I think focusing exclusively on the aqueduct portion is a guarantee that the deck either feels incredible or feels dog shit. And personally, that's never how I want my commander games to go. I prefer for my commander games to play out as I have this baseline level of efficacy I'm confident that I can operate at, and then I have these like reaches of incredibly silly things I can do on top of it. But if those don't happen, I still get to play Magic. And so I think a lot of your tutors, you know, we've already jumped the shark on tutors. So there's things like Entomb. There's other things in blue-black that are really good for like generic card selection that will still set up Runo. I think flat out whole deck fails the frantic search test. Like if you frantic search, play Runo after discarding Stormtide Leviathan, put Stormtide on top, that is a perfect turn, what is it, like 4 for you? That's a perfect turn 3 for you. Like turn 3, land drop, frantic search, Runo Stromkirk with some big old fish on top of the deck is beautiful for you, and it's giving you other cards that you may potentially need. There's also, as Cabento points out, one of the best mono black draw cards in existence, Ripples of Undeath. So this is giving you access to way more cards if you want them, or there's a ton of cards in here you want in the graveyard. And yeah, as everyone else is now mentioning with top deck tutors, we have a commander that cares about a card being on top of your deck, and we're tutoring to hand over and over and over. So Diabolic Tutor for sure, we would want like Vampiric Tutor, etc. Is Ripples of Death repeatable? I mean, it happens every turn. Yeah, it is a static benefit. Like this deck strikes me as like a 15-year-old that is imagining themselves as Sebum after they put on 50 pounds of raw muscle, but they're so busy maladaptive daydreaming about winning the Olympia that they're not just doing their like 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 100 sit-ups. The Dakara Scavenger is kind of cute to achieve this. I think we also probably want to tighten up what the best things to copy are, cut the worst things to copy, and replace them with things that are going to make it a little more reliable to copy them. Let me cook. Creature can't be blocked. Marvo. Creature is unblockable. What? Do you look your playgroup in the face, say let me cook, and then punch them in the mouth? The cookery is just let me hit you. The cookery is I'm gonna bite you now. It's let me cook you. Let me cook you. Oh, true. Let me cook. Assertive. Okay, sideboard. Create token copies of creatures other people control. Do we hit serpents with the backside of Runo? See, I'm actually kind of partial to benthic anomaly. I'm a big clone lover. I'm a big clone lover. So I like benthic anomaly. I think that's also a little like, I think that's also a little zanier than other things a Runo Stromkirk deck might like to do. Would not recommend this unless you're playing it like a combo table. Oh God. This is great if you never want to be safe in your LGS again. Because at this point you're basically doing, this is just another version of the like Hullbreaker Horror board lock. I think this thing is unnecessary unless you're just really, really mad at Sean for some reason. Strionic Resonator, extremely cute, but if you copy it on the backside of Runo Stromkirk, you probably see God for at least 10 seconds, so I'm down with that. What the fuck did I do? Right, so let's see how this goes. How many lands do we have? 35. Irresponsible. Perfect. Oh, but we get fucking Soul Ring, so everything's gonna be okay. Turn 2, we get a swamp. Alright, so it's turn 3. We've been able to play Runo. We have nothing to set up this top deck. Is there anything in the deck that can set up the... Oh, okay. Sage. Top 4. 2, 3, 4. They fucking hate us, dude. They hate you. I mean, we can't even have... Runo entering doesn't matter for the next couple turns, so I'm going to Diabolic Tutor and just look for anything. Alaren, I don't even know if it's the playtest that Yugi hates you in. See, Nemesis of Reason, Mill 10, like, you don't need this shit. What you need is me Mill 10. You are too busy touching other people. You need to touch yourself. None of these do anything. None of these do anything. None of these do anything. We could tutor for another tutor. We could Psychic Impetus to let us, like, power scry. I'm gonna get Gyruda, actually. Because this will at least let me mill. Yeah, we're getting Gyruda. Because Gyruda will let me mill something. One, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we got one hit. And we have to reanimate something with even mana cost. We'll say... We'll take Balustrade Spy, and then because we're such fucking chads, we're going to hit ourselves with this until we hit a land. There we go. All of these into the graveyard. So then next turn, now we Runo. We put this asshole back on top. Why are we even... What is this guy even doing here? Alarin, did you just take everything that hit the creature type? This doesn't even hit the creature type satisfaction. This is just hater shit, and not even effective hater shit. We're not spell slinging. We're casting one spell a turn. I'm tapping out from Monty, the gigantic asshole. I mean, this is just, we get a bunch of Gyrudas now, right? And like the deck is taken over by mill for Gyruda a million times, steal everything. This is 8, so we get this back. And like then the deck is solved. Right? The moment that we get Runo and we have something worth copying, the deck is solved as hell. And I think we have spread, we are an 8-year-old with too many toy trains in the toy train store. And I want you to pick your like 10 to 15 favorite ones, and we're going to keep those ones, and everything else needs to get replaced by like fucking Dire Sight. As chat mentioned, Surveil is crazy good for you. You would love to be able to just put stuff from the top of your library directly into the graveyard before you play Runo, because you like super do not have enough time to set up Runo. And right now, you don't have enough ramp to where if... Because you still have to hard cast these motherfuckers. Like, you still gotta earn these guys because you don't have a reanimator package. And so we're on, like if we don't get Soul Ring in that playtest, oh. So look at this one. Look at this. We got Maskwood Nexus. Days saved, right? Hold on. I'm moving the Vine Boom closer for no reason in particular. Oh, wow. Well, it's a good thing we have... Look at all this shit we're going to do, man. Turn 5. Wow. That's crazy. Damn. I can't even cast this. I don't have the colors. That's crazy. Damn. I don't have the colors. Damn. That's crazy. Damn. That's crazy. And as much as you may say, oh, I would have mulliganed that away. Even if you have 2 lands in hand, draw the 3rd, you're still stuck. You're still stuck because you would have just played Runo into a situation where he can't be flipped. This is the kind of deck where it looks like shit, but for some reason, literally whenever I play it, I get Sword of the Animist in my first hand. So, Alarin, can you understand, can you level with me on how what you just told me in I can't even speak, I'm so mad. How you just told me the sentence, I realize it looks irresponsible, but what you gotta understand is that whenever I gamble, I win. That is what you have said to me in defense of me saying, hey, it looks like we're spending a ton of time at the casino. Do we not want a slightly more reliable game plan? And you were just like, no, you don't get it. When I gamble, I win. I win. You and everyone else in fucking Gamblers Anonymous, my friend. But really we do have... Okay, see, like this hand, we get the mana. So let's see if this hand will work because we have the mana. Look at that. Turn 3, Runo. We also have Arcane Adaption, so we can make everything horrors. Beautiful. Blood Pact. Draw 2. We could play this. I'm not going to play this because making one person mill 10 doesn't really matter. Pay a life, draw a card. Gyruda. First card that has mattered all game. We do not get anything we can flip with Runo Stromkirk. So now, our game plan is at the mercy of requiring somebody else to kill Gyruda. Or we have to aetherize our own Gyruda. And so when we talk about ramps versus aqueducts, you have a ton of really big creatures to capitalize off of a flipped Runo, and we probably have too many. Every single game we're seeing like 2 to 3 of the things that are hilarious if copied, and not enough of the things that are like there's a reason that every stand-up set uses an opener. Right now, your deck's stand-up set is all punchlines, no setup. And so your setup is between turns 1 and 3, you want some way to guarantee that you have a creature for Runo to put back on top. Felix Dragondust has hit us with some good suggestions of Stitcher's Supplier, Perpetual Timepiece. We could also hit, they do not have any of the Graveyard Tutors. You could also hit Graveyard Tutors. You can also hit Frantic Search. You can also hit Ripples of Undeath like we already talked about. Dimir, draw, discard, 3 or less. You could even do Anvil. This is a little bit group huggy, but then you get to draw more and you get to choose what you want to put away. Perfect for you. You could even play Bellowing Crier. Like, this is an example of one of the objectively terrible cards that ends up working in your deck because of what you want to do. This is like the Bellowing Crier. He's just calling for his big bro, who is Hull Breacher Horror and is going to eat his ass, or Hull Breaker Horror. Isn't Anvil like super expensive money-wise though? No, this says $0.08 or however much printer paper costs. How's this deck compared to your other decks? I mean, I think all of your decks are connected by the theme of avid hacky sack player. All of your decks show a just absolutely wanton disregard for enough setup and just an incredible love of what is the biggest, splashiest thing I can do in the world where this does work. Like, you are all about, if I yank the slot machine lever harder, that will make the jackpot bigger. And I love people like that. And I'm going to do my best to heal you, to heal whatever is wrong in your mind making you do that. Because all of your decks go like, you can get sick with it once it's working. Before it's working, holy fuck. Like, Soul Ring has just saved this entire playtest, and even that, it's turn 5. We've got Barbed Servitor going for us. There are draft decks that are beating us at this point. And I think everything in the deck that says Scry should say Surveil instead. And as Valoria is alluding to, once we tighten up this section of holy fuck, it's going to be so funny once we copy this. When we tighten that up, I think you'll find that you don't need to turn everything into badgers. Seriously, Mauled, Snarling Gorehound. I don't believe in that. It triggers Runo, but if we don't hit it with Runo, we have like no other creatures that's going to trigger that. We have Barbed Servitor. We're going to have Stitcher's Supplier. I swear to God. I swear to God you are putting in Stitcher's Supplier. And then it's just, we're just the Seattle fish market. Oh, Collector's Vault would also be good. Mazzolanti would also be good. So anything you have in here that has Scry right now, I would switch over to Surveil. Because it's just generally better. Sidisi, it makes a ton of sense, Alec, man. I will say for Sidisi, it makes a ton of sense because you have a ton of ways to trigger that contingency of, hey, make a little shithead enter. How's the flips commander pile? I mean, this is the thing I think you should tighten up. All of these are very cool trains, and I understand why you want to build tracks for them. But like Deep Sea Kraken, I swear to God you picked this one for the art. Because this art goes so hard. This art goes so hard, and an unblockable 6/6 is so whatever compared to Gyruda, the 6/6 that mills everybody and steals their wallet. Right? Like if we... Where's that other internet meme? What's this motherfucker named? This is what I think. This is what I think of your Flips Commander section. Here, we're here for the meme interlude. Is all of the arts, like off visuals alone, this section goes hard as fuck, no changes. If we are just looking at the arts, you have picked some of the sickest motherfuckers imaginable to copy and throw at your opponents. But there's a ton of, like, we can just keep changing this for Shrouded Serpent. Fool ass card. Oh my god, Spawning Kraken is so fucking good, right? Like, honestly, Slyn Voda, this is one of the most maybes that I'm not sure if I believe in, because you're only going to have one opportunity to pay the kicker. Scourge of Fleets, I don't even necessarily believe in. Like, I think you're just going to... There's so much evasion we're trying to put into the deck. This reminds me... The amount of evasion you have in this deck reminds me of a friend, Carlton Samuels, that I had at a rowing camp. He was a 250-pound, 6'8" monster of a person. And we were all going pier diving one day, and he was really, really afraid. He was really afraid that he was going to injure himself. He was on steroids, by the way. But he was afraid that he was going to cop an injury, get cut from camp, whatever. And we weren't jumping from very high. And somebody eventually grabbed him by the shoulder and just went, dude, you're going to hurt the water. Just jump. And that is how I feel about all of the evasion you have on your sea creatures. You're trying to find... There's a couple ways we're reaching for how do we stop people from being able to block this stuff, when it's like, let them block. They're gonna die. Unless, so as to what I think about your play group, I feel like you have to be playing with an Eldrazi player if you feel like the giant sea monsters need evasion. Prush, no. You would want, like, if you wanted to achieve a full Spellslinger lock with Hullbreaker, you would want, yeah, a lot of low drop instants. You would want a really low curve. The Hullbreaker is not here to achieve a board lock. Hullbreaker is here as a giant card that screams fuck you as Alarin lays it on the table and grabs 2 Infinite tokens. We play 1 spell a turn and we bounce 3 things with Hullbreaker Horror. Who cares that our curve sucks? I do think when we cut a bunch of this flip commander stuff and probably some of these scry effects, the things we put in are going to have a lower curve naturally. Flying Rock, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. I've been hurt by massive field wipes and playing against a mean creature deck. That does make sense, but I feel like in Dimir, you just run removal. Like, just shoot their best creature in the chest and tell the rest of them to catch these 6/6s. Oh yeah, and cut Dark Tutelage, because this is your 13th reason why. This is your 13 CMC reason why. I think you're in here for this deck, Alarin. Like, you're Mako Tsunami. This is Mako Tsunami's commander deck. Because you've given no thought, you've admittedly given no thought to what happens for the setup. You are 100% confident that when you draw your first 7, it's going to have 7 cards that you need to make the game work because the production team set up your top deck for you. And then as soon as it starts happening, it's all vibes. It's all vibes and dead blue players, baby. It's all vibes and dead Spellslinger players. But I think out here in the real world, we need to set you up a little better. And the worst version of the effect you need is Bellowing Crier. We need things to play before or around when we could play Runo to set up his flip. And we need things that are then going to ramp into being able to cast, not Kessanos, Priest of Thassa. I mean, sure, but we're really splitting hairs at that point. We already recommended Collector's Vault, Troper. Oh yeah, if you needed to, this is the best unblockable card. This is the best unblockable card. Alarin, if you have to get around the Eldrazi player, the mean creature deck player, this is your unblockable enabler, is Key to the City, because again, on turn 2, you can play it. You can just choose what to discard. Highlighted suggestion. Telling Time, Otherworldly Gaze, Notion Rain. Telling Time doesn't work because we want stuff into the graveyard. And Telling Time doesn't work with Runo because if we do it, this only works with Runo if we do it turn 5. Because we would have to Telling Time and then play Runo. Otherworldly Gaze is a banger. I love my alien homosexuals. Notion Rain, banger. Everflowing Well might be the greatest banger you could possibly have. Kiora Rising Tide, also good. We're not doing Planeswalkers, we're good people. Kiora Rising Tide would also be hot. Yeah, so Alarin, I think you have your recommendation, you have your assignment. I love the energy you went for, but like we need to teach you how to balance a checkbook. We put this on a seesaw, you are getting launched into the sun my dude. How's this look comparative to your other decks? I think this one is a little bit like stronger once it goes over the top. Like, I think if this deck got what it wanted to do off, it would probably beat your other decks, but it fits in with the whole gang very well on the general theme of too many trains, not enough tracks for what your overall game plan is. But I do love the vibes. So next, we're going to move on to our next roast. But as we talked about, our pre-roll free time has run out. So I'm going to hit an ad break to get ads out of the way. Please go back to Tunnel Vision. Name a card. Reveal cards from the top until named card revealed. If it is, put the rest of the card in the graveyard. Put the named card on top. This is hilarious. It is so much fucking money. But if you wanted a pet card like DMC, this should be in your Runo deck. We're trying to bring Alarin back from the brink of irresponsible mana spending, and you are not helping. Alarin, I absolutely have motivation for your exercise. I'm gonna hit this ad break. We will be right back. You will not miss any of the important deck roasting. We're going to look at Crab's fucked up creation next. It is a Prosper deck based on the primer. So I'll see you all in just a few minutes. And Alarin, after the break, I'll tell you all about exercising. Nobody buy my shit. $30 for mauled Spotify account. Crab, why do you want a Spotify account that's the #1 Blueberry Fago listener in the world? Turdy McPoo-Poo and Big Trey, thank you for the Twitch follows. Welcome to the doghouse, my friends. Alarin, all right, so if you're with me, let's talk about motivations to exercise. The #1 reason you should exercise is, and listen, I'm gonna sound like a fucking Liver King bro sciencer right now. I swear to you, I am not. But the kernel of truth that this dumbass built a mountain of lies and fiscal exploitation from is the fact that it's good for people to move around. Our bodies respond very positive to sunlight, to movement, and to exertion within the bounds or slightly beyond the bounds of our current capabilities. And right now, most humans live life in captivity, effectively. It is the same as like that precious species of cat or tiger or elephant that you see at the zoo and it looks really sad because it can't roam or hang out with its elephant family. That is all of us. That is all of us right now, because most of our lives have been put into little boxes that encourage us to not go outside, to not move around regularly, or if you do move around regularly, maybe you don't have a white collar job that puts you in a cubicle, you probably still have a job that is breaking your body if you work in the trades. And so the two types of people we have right now in the world generally are those that are kept in captivity by their work or by school, or people are working in the trades that are being pushed way too far on their joints and are just destroying their bodies and going home and slamming like 3 beers a night to forget about the pain and get through the next day of work. Both of those outcomes are incredibly unhealthy for you. And so if nothing else, you should work out so that when you're 50, you don't hate being alive. That is not hyperbole. There are plenty of 50-year-olds today, and there's going to be a larger and larger proportion of the population that is going to reach 50, 60, 70 years old, and they are going to wish for death. Okay, they're going to be begging for it because their quality of life is so fucking negative. I mean, ADHD doesn't... I've had training partners with ADHD. Like, it might be hard to focus, but I'm not saying, like, working out never has to take the form of there's this one specific plan that I do day in, day out, and that's how I'm maximizing my gains. The idea of maximizing your gains is a stupid idea that people have used to try to build Instagram followings. It can be useful to do good things instead of bad things. It can be useful to get the broad strokes of, well, these types of things are very effective, these types of things are ineffective, but by and large, the people that are trying to get you to focus on optimal are just trying to get likes. If you're not competing in bodybuilding, what matters more than what's optimal is whatever is enjoyable enough for you to do consistently. For some people, that's shit like disc golf. For some people, it's crushing 10 push-ups every time you die in World of Warcraft. It's like doing burpees. Like, most people have some type of physical thing that's going to be more fulfilling or more enjoyable to them than the other physical thing. And if your physical thing is not optimal, super doesn't matter. Super doesn't matter. Just do it. Just do it. Just get any type of motion in your life, because all of us don't move enough. You need a baseline of cardio. You need a baseline of probably walking around, but you do need to be strong. You don't need to be big and huge, but everybody should have some type of resistance training. And that resistance training can be just calisthenics. It doesn't need to be, I think deadlifting's good for you. You don't have to deadlift. You can, like, push-ups, squats, crunches. That is sufficient resistance training. If you have a bag of, like, you buy a bag of rice from Costco, 20-pound bag of rice, do a bunch of, like, squat holds with it, that's fine. It's straight up not an important differential. I started walking 5 miles a day recently and my knees hate me. Yeah, so palm trees, let's talk about the other thing that gets everybody that tries to work out nowadays, because social media and the world has poisoned us, which is load management. DMC, I did not see your question. Please repeat it. So load management is, we may have this ideal of where, here we're going to paint. So if we say, we'll say this is like a good human for activity level. So activity level, we'll say good is here, and you want to be more active, but you're starting here. And we'll say maybe like the difference is actually much, much more staggering than this as someone who is trained around really high level athletes, but we're going to use this simplification. If you're here and you've seen pros and they are inspiring you to try to be more active, you want to make your life healthier, you want to get to good. What a lot of people do is they say, well, shoot for the moon, land amongst the stars. And they try to set up what would be a good or even like a great regime. They usually try to set up something that is like from here to here. We'll say that's your goal. And that's really, really bad, because when you do this, you very quickly push yourself too far and then you regress. What you should do is, if you are a totally inactive person, you should try your best to examine, okay, what is the difference between me and an acceptable physique level? And then you want to try to cut this into little bits of 10%. And I cut way more than 10%, which honestly makes sense because in my own training, I overtrain a lot. But for each jump, God, Pirate Software is going to be so ashamed of me when this clip never gets published. For each jump, you want to spend 1 to 2 weeks increasing your training frequency at this new jump. And then every like 4 to 6 weeks, you can take a week to back off. If you are progressing reasonably, you probably don't have to. But a lot of people will just be like, okay, well, if I'm going to be good, I'm going to train like the good people do. And it's very wrong. Have you ever done VR stuff? Do you think it's a good workout? I have back issues, so weights running are really bad for me, and it can be tough to find something that burns calories and gets a decent rise in heart rate. I've never done VR stuff. I'm not going to knock it. As somebody with terrible back issues, I'm going to highly recommend swimming. This is supposed to be a making fun of Dex stream, not a yoga instructor's TED talk about why he turned vegan. If you think I'm vegan, Tree, get the fuck out of here, or I'll eat you, dog. Somebody asked for workout advice. I am a failed Olympic hopeful. I am qualified to give workout advice. Swimming's dope. I currently am getting my sleep schedule under enough control to be working out regularly again, and I don't have it under enough control to wake up early enough to swim. But if you were going to try one exercise, I would swim. Most people's back issues alleviate once they get some core strength. You can't build a house on busted ass support columns. The person I was talking to about back issues, I'm going to say don't listen to that person. I've spent the last like decade and a half of my life being fucking lied to by people saying, oh, well, if you just figure out this next core exercise, or if you just make this particular striation of your glute stronger, your back issues are going to get better. Never fucking worked. Do some core because it's sick to have abs. If it happens to make your back better, super. But I would recommend swimming. No, T. White, I was not an Olympian. Failed Olympic hopeful. Very different. I was a high school champion in my sport. I was a collegiate champion in my sport. I've failed selection for the U.S. rowing team, I think 4 times now. And I mean, the best thing I can say for myself is it was close every time, but my back gave out well before I was able to make the Olympic team. And those failed selections were for the like under 18 team, the under 23 team. It was not close when I failed to make the Olympics. The Olympic rowers still much better than me, but I was better than, I would say I was like probably like top 5% in the US for rowers. And I would say that without question. I could beat 95% of the people in the country at rowing, but it's just the last 5% are like so much better. Thank you, Alarin. Go have fun with your exercise. Thoughts on how to make cardio better? I do like 8 minutes at speed 4 or 5 and start approaching my limit. Oh, so I actually have very prescient advice for this. So there's So let's talk about how to cardio. And then we'll have to run another ad break to re-up the pre-roll free time. But then we'll get into crab's roast. So how to cardio. There's 3 levels of cardio. Let's insert, we need a chart for sure. Yeah, a column chart. Open source. Low intensity, moderate, delete all of these, and then I'm going to try to define like how you would rate the effort. So when most of us do cardio, the way I was trained to do cardio as a rower for a very long time, and I was pretty bad at rowing the whole time I was being trained like this, and the way most people try to do cardio is they try to do a lot of moderate intensity. They try to do a lot of things. Hold on, I need this to be an arrow. They try to do a lot of things that are like hard enough that you feel like you're working hard and not hard and too hard to keep up for a significant period of time. I'm not about to explain cycling because cyclers are the fucking worst in the world about it. So what you do with cardio is if you are really bad at the moderate intensity stuff, you want a ton of your training. Oh, not cycling. Yeah. Okay, Kushanada. Yeah, you got me. What you really want to do is you want like 80 to 90% of your training to be low intensity. You want it to be such low intensity. This is like incline walking. Like for me, my heart rate's really high. I don't know if you guys have ever tracked your heart rate, but a bad but commonly accepted facsimile for figuring out your max heart rate is 220 minus your age. My maximum heart rate, the last I checked, is 218. Last I checked, I'm also not 2 years old. So my heart rate gets into the range where it's like moderate or high intensity if I run, period. So what I do instead of running for my moderate to low intensity stuff is I do incline walking. Incline walking will get me to like 120 to 140 beats a minute. And if my feet, if it ever goes to only 1 foot on the ground at a time, my heart rate is now 160 or above. And that is both now and when I was a highly trained athlete. So what I would really recommend is just don't run for a little bit. Or if you do run, you do incline walking most of the time, and you have 1 session a week, at most 2 sessions a week, where you train in the help range. I'm not a big believer in the high intensity range unless you are training for an event, and this is like event specific training. I would recommend a very small amount of time pushing yourself to the breaking point, and most of your time chilling with a slightly elevated heart rate. And after you do that for a couple weeks or a month or two, you will find yourself able to do moderate intensity way easier than you thought. I promise you, if you spent 2 months, 5 days a week, you got on a treadmill and did incline walking while you play Subway Surfers on your phone or text your friends or something, and then 1 day a week, you just like did 30 seconds sprint, 30 seconds rest, 10 times, rest 10 minutes, repeat, just as hard as you could. 2 months, you would be able to jog, even though you did no jogging, because the incredibly high intensity stuff is going to adapt your cardiac systems way better than just trying to force moderate intensity work down your throat will be. if you want better scientific elaboration, Elikman, you're probably doing too much of that and not enough walking. Also, 30 minutes to recoup is like, it's 30 minutes to feel like you have recouped, but you should be doing short bursts, short rest, and then, yes, it is high intensity interval training, but I do not like using the buzzwords because a lot of people co-opt those buzzwords to then suggest really bad training plans. But yes, it is very similar to the actual heart of what HIIT training is, but I'm sure that if we look up HIIT training on the internet, we can find 8 different training plans, all of which cost $70 a month and are terrible. Troper, thank you for coming by the stream. Yeah, we're running down the pre-roll threshold for sure. We're going to do 1 minute ad break to give us time to get through whatever abomination Crab has submitted, and then we're going to review Crab's deck. Baphomet, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Minari, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. We've got a 1 minute ad break going. Subs, let's talk about whole. It always blows my mind how these plans make money. I mean, Valoria, it's the natural thing of people want to make their life better and they lack the knowledge and they're willing to pay someone who presents themselves as knowledgeable. Once you have the knowledge yourself, then yeah, it's easy to discount them as like, oh, well, of course that's ridiculous. But until you've gone through it a bunch, they don't really have any like basis by which to understand that these people are telling you garbage. Baphomet, thank you for the tier 1 Twitch sub. Welcome to the dog home, my friend. Roosh, you missed your time, but if you're still here, we can still slam you down big style. Shout out Bleem. We are going to do Crab first. They've been waiting patiently, so Roosh, if you have the time to sit through Crab's deck, we can do yours next. Miniquo, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. You stay cute too, Roosh. What is my stream schedule for the coming week? So stream schedule for the coming week is Monday, Tuesday. I'm trying to organize playing hardcore World of Warcraft with Beard Princess, who is another streamer that I had the lovely occasion to get in touch with last week. So I'm going to try to organize playing hardcore World of Warcraft with them on one of the days this week. Another day this week is going to be ranked League of Legends with my girlfriend. Wednesday for sure is going to be more deck roasting, and then Friday is either World of Warcraft or League of Legends, but it's going to be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. Monday, Tuesday is going to be potentially WoW, potentially League. Wednesday is for sure deck roasting. Friday is something crazy. Something crazy. Cherry Pie, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. And without any more ados and no more nothings, we're going to review Dr. Crab's Abomination. This is a silly deck, and this is based on the primer, part of their continuing effort to give me a hernia, which is they take a very common commander and they attempt to subvert it. And the commander they're attempting to subvert is Prosper. If I cannot find a way to twist Prosper while trying to win normally, then I shall cast aside standard win cons entirely. Okay, good, we gave up. I added every card in Rakdos that says win the game and provided the means to win with it, no matter how unlikely. That being said, if this deck ever wins, it'll almost certainly be through Revel in Riches. Deck has a total crowd score of 11 out of 20. I do think there's some prescient point to be made here about how capitalist market forces are resistant to the best intentions of individual people, and the only way that we can ever truly overcome is to rise up through glorious revolution and water the tree of liberty with the blood of... I'm sorry. It's my fault. Anyway, it's hard to subvert a guy who is just a value engine. So Prosper says you get to exile the top card of your library until the end of next turn. You can play it, and you get a treasure when you play things from exile. Now what? My No. No, you're not playing Bobblehead, Prosper. I'm sorry. We're going to have to end the stream early, folks. I refuse to entertain Prosper and his fucking baubles. Assemble the crew. Okay, so we want a lot of artifacts. Okay, these are pretty classic, very good in Prosper cards. I'm with this. This is looking normal. Liliana's Boys. Is this just... I feel like this is just a lore angle, because Cardoer is not useful. Fraud. Beautiful. Okay. Good advantage. No. 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 I won't go back, Crab. I won't go back. 10 gates. Beautiful. 10 gates. So now I'm worried that this matters based on what chat is saying. Hold on. Do you like pain, Crab? Do you like it when you hurt? Do you like it when bad things happen to you? I don't even think I have to re-Photoshop this, because you aren't even unsuspecting. You are that one guy from Mad Max going, "Witness me," as you whip it out. Kusher, you do not underestimate Crab's ability to gaslight people. This man is the closest I have seen to the Joker in my Magic career. Okay, so chance encounter. Fuck it, we ball. Darksteel Reactor. Yeah, if I get 20 turns. Hellkite Tyrant, honestly, not unlikely. For the same reason Revel in Riches isn't unlikely, Prosper can for sure just shit out a ton of these. At the beginning of your upkeep, if 20 or more creature cards are in your graveyard, you win the game. You know what's offensive to me about Crab as a person is this deck absolutely works with 21 creatures. It probably works with 22. Hell, they could probably have put like 30 creatures in this deck and it would still be totally valid. They put exactly 20 in because they knew it would make my eyeball twitch a little bit to realize that they have to get 100% of the creatures in their library into the graveyard for this to happen. Victimize. Okay, you're non-bowing yourself. You're non-bowing your Mortal Kombat. You idiot. You stupid fool. I don't think it's including Prosper. Because I don't think... Well, hold on. I am confused by the Urza saga being the 10th gate, because I think this one truly doesn't do it. Holy fuck, your commander has to be in the graveyard. Your commander has to be in the graveyard for this to work. I'm not even, I mean, I have no words for you. I have no words for you. I can't even, like, I think even BetterHelp would reject you from therapy. All we can do is I'm going to the playtest, and I swear to God if this works, I might end stream. Roosh, we might have to reschedule you. If this deck functions in a reasonable time frame, I may need to go for a walk. Okay, good. This is a terrible opening hand. This is a fucking god-awful, uncolor-fixed opening hand. We can do this. So let's get this sword out. That's one down. We exiled the top 2 cards of our library. We already played our land drop for turn. One of these is gone forever. You shit ass. And then at this point, yeah, I think we ghost quarter our own swamp just to get a mountain so that we can... But because I want to win fairly, I'm going to pretend that we played that we sequenced this correctly and held back Urza's Saga because we didn't need the mana. We play Prosper. We do it again. Land. That goes into exile. I think we tapped out for this guy. So this turn... It's not about lenience, Crab. It's about when this makes it to YouTube, I want it to be beyond reproach that you have built a poop jalopy and that the sound, the squelching noise of its wheels rolling over the road to your grave was built fairly. It was built justly. It was built on the optimal play of the absolute disaster that you have brought before me and not off of my own misplays. I will not find you guilty in a civil court where all I need is a preponderance of guilt. I will have beyond a shadow of a doubt that you are a charlatan. I mean, fuck, I think I gotta play like this thing. Because, God, I need red sources. And then Zorn. Goodbye. Bastard tried to think of everything. So we can draw 4. We only have 4 demons in the deck. Oh, one of them's in our hand, though. Fuck it, we ball. We should not have balled. We can move it. Swingies, exile 2, gate, swamp, signet. We have a bunch of treasures. Darksteel reactor. I am assembling the Infinity Stones. This stays gone forever, or maybe we used it on somebody. We get another bobblehead. Play 2 lands. We could board wipe. I'll say that maybe buys you a few extra turns. Swingies. We have Mortal Kombat. We have we have 1 creature in exile. So Mortal Kombat, also non-bode. I do think that test is cooked. I don't like you. I'm not overly fond. No, Roosh, you can pay 3 life. You can pay 3 life for it to enter untapped. Yeah. So we could have this happen turn 3. Then we have Dire Fleet Daredevil. Ha. Then I think you're cooked. Crab, I think we've finally done it. I think we've found one that just straight up does not work. I think we've finally done one. Oh, it does my heart so good to finally put you in the academic section, to finally relegate you to the pages of a history book instead of you once again taking a thrumming stone in your hand and bludgeoning me to death with it. I think the most terrifying thing is this almost works. Like this deck to me is Michael Myers' hand twitching at the end of a Halloween movie where they think they've killed him. Because I think if you cut one of the win cons, you could make the others work. Like I think if you just dropped one of the bad win cons and said, okay, this is all becoming like tutors and wheels to support the other ones, I would want to tear my fucking skin off. $464 for the poop jalopy, going once, twice, banned from the group chat. Thank you, Crab. Step ? Gambling. What is this even for? Where do we even roll die? Oh, it's for the bobblehead. Okay, yeah, for the bobblehead. Okay, yeah, for luck bobblehead. For sure. Melon's away. Thank you for that personal question. Hit me with it. Brainslayer, we're going to have to either refund that rant or you can redeem it on Monday because I am already going on so many fucking tangents on this stream. And so I do have to try to stay on course for Roosh's rant and Dad's rant. Now seems like a good time for a personal question. If you were to become a VTuber, what would your avatar design be? I don't think I would become one. But if I were to become one, God, probably like Illidan Stormrage or something, because he's my favorite World of Warcraft character. Thank you, Skylar. I appreciate your help very much. White bread, it would definitely get me excommunicated if I were to take the Lord's image in vain by dressing up, by wearing his face as mine. All right, so next we're going to the Mighty Roosh. But as always, we're going to have to do a quick ad break to make sure that we have no pre-rolls, to make sure that nobody is getting an ad in the middle of this deck roast. I appreciate everybody's patience. I am, as much as I can, doing this for you guys because I've turned off all my ads otherwise to prevent you all from getting hit needlessly. He bought coat. He gets money's worth of coat. We also keep our heat off, or not off, but we keep our heat pretty low to save money. I think we keep our house in like the 50s or something. And so the coat is helpful. So non-subs, we'll be back in a minute or two. Subs, let's talk about whole. But I am going to, I have to use the bathroom. So I will be right back. Nobody sell my shit. Nobody sell my shit. All right. We're back. 2147 for the pixels on the monitor. Do I need to save up channel points to get my deck roasted? I've seen a lot of deck roasts on YouTube, and I thought I'd give Mauled 300 reasons to have Mauled call green cheating. So the two ways to get your deck roasted are either through Patreon or Ko-Fi. It is $25 a pop, which I realize is bullshit. And also, if there were a free way to do it, it would be the only thing I did until the day I died. And so you can sign up on Patreon. That does not guarantee you a deck roast, but it does guarantee that I blow you a little kiss. And Ko-Fi, there are 18 $25 commissions that get posted every month. They get posted every month, and if you don't get one, you don't have to pay me anything, but they sell out quickly. Let's move on to the Mighty Roosh's deck, which is spooky. The primer is TBD. So let me see if there is one on the deck itself. Thank you very much, Dr. Boobs. I can fix her, I swear to God, guys, hear me out. I can fix her, I can fix her, I can fix her, I can fix her, I can... So in all seriousness, this is a Gisa Crimes deck that I feel is probably pretty standard, but it's been very fun. It has a really solid win rate and good consistency because so many zombie cards just happen to also commit crimes. Basically, by being a black deck and interacting with opponents, how any black deck would do, I trigger Gisa constantly. A fallback plan if she gets removed. Did you know she has ward? Fucked up. Too many times is to use Graph Harvest and the lords available to imitate her ability on the zombies I have left. So Gisa the Hellraiser is ward 2, pay 2 life. Skeletons and zombies you control get +1/+1, have menace. Whenever you commit a crime, create 2 tapped 2/2 blue and black zombie rogue tokens. Oh good, only once each turn. Wow, thank you, wizards. Wow. That's so... I'm gonna be respectful. What's your primer say? I can't even be mad at that. I can't even be mad. That's my fault. That's my fault. I'm sorry I didn't check your primer first. That's my fault. Anyway. You can't fix her. This is how you become Andy the ass out butler. She is going to reanimate you and is going to make you make her tea from now until the end of time. So for those of you unfamiliar, every year, every other year, Wizards makes the absolutely insane decision of saying, hey, you know this one thing this color wants to do? What if we made them a commander that allowed them to just fucking fidget spinner that one thing and we built the rest of the deck for them? For green, it's landfall stuff. For blue, it's card draw benefits. For white, it's every time you say a slur or gain life. And for black, it is shooting somebody. Committing a crime is any time you go, you. It's if you target anything your opponents control, target your opponents, or target anything in their graveyards. So you can do that basically for free. Red, snorting cocaine or stealing a car, or getting at least 2 meters of copper wire out of somebody's walls. I can fix her, though, is important to note. Oh, good. Bean got them. Excellent. Uh, okay. So with Gisa, Roosh probably doesn't have to do anything. They just have to, cast Feed the Swarm. Boom. I have 6 power. I have 2 3/3s that have Menace. And my commander has Ward. I think the most problematic part of this deck is that you have a 5 mana commander in black. So what happens if we can't afford to buy nice enough things for Gisa? Extra P for your Cheerios, my lord. Yeah, Karavek is shockingly strong. Raven is not very strong. What do we mean, unable to fetch account? Hold on. All right, there we go. Then we're putting cushion timeout for leaning into the slur joke and trying to make it seem based, instead of the point of the joke being that slurs are cringe because mono white is cringe. Violet of Purgatory, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Okay, all the arms for these zombies came from the corpses of gooners. Are your own arms in here, Roosh? Are your own arms in here? Okay, so we have a ton of lords, which is basically always going to work. Skeletons and zombies are one of the creature types that has gotten enough support where, unlike Minotaurs, if you just grabbed everything that said skeletons or zombies, it probably ends up working somehow. Yeah, Banner of Kinship, like, I'm not going to say it shouldn't have been printed, but it is like they just keep finding new ways to print Craterhoof Behemoth. They just keep finding different flavors of Craterhoof Behemoth, and this is just they painted Craterhoof Behemoth onto a fucking banner and said run it. Always use protection. I love Imp's Mischief. I love you just off the back of you using this spell. Sudden Spoiling seems pretty good with a crash out deck. Dig a little deeper. Parentheses, get it. Okay, zombie shit. Zombie payoff. Deadly Dispute for sure. So when zombies die, draw cards. Zombie die, draw cards. Kill my own zombies, draw cards. Yeah, Keen Duelist is getting you cards and committing a crime. And I'm sure you could pick the like Spellslinger player and just take one every time. Now go commit a crime. So how are we triggering? With Blood Artist, lose 1, you gain 1. Pretty weak, but I'm assuming is just here to commit for the crime trigger. Cabal Therapist, pre-combat main, sack a creature. When you do, choose an on-land card name, then target player reveals their hand and discards all cards with that name. I'm going to run this in every deck forever just to name Forest. Oh wait, non-land. Fuck. I'm naming Llanowar Elf. This is Go Fish, but I hate you. I like that. That's clever. Exile card from a graveyard. Very reasonable. Ghost Vacuum. Also reasonable. Tap a shitload of zombies to steal a guy. Reasonable. Oh, for 2 life, you can just remove 0 counters from a permanent. So 2 life, I get 2 3/3 zombies with Menace. Yeah, that's a fair interaction. That's a very fair interaction. Vine Lasher for landfall on 35 lands is crazy. With Realm Breaker, a little bit less crazy. Tetsamok, so 1 mana do a crime. I like that. For sacrifice. I am a little bit worried about the death and sacrifice payoffs because it is kind of predicated on the zombie plan already working. Now in zombies, that's the one creature type where I have the crime is murder. Okay, this is what I wanted. So 9 of these might well be good enough. And then we have what, 12 pieces of ramp? Okay. That's what I was most worried about, is that we didn't have enough unconditional ways to trigger Gisa, and we didn't have enough ramp to get to Gisa, but I forgot that we don't actually need any good creatures because we can just raise an army of zombies because we shot a guy in the chest. Me when I bobble on him. Okay, so we have Liquid Metal Torque. We can sign in blood, draw 2. All right, so now turn 4. Turn 4, we have Gisa. We don't have the money for Cabal Therapist. But we can use Liquid Metal to turn anything into an artifact, triggering Gisa, making 2 3/3 zombies. These guys are 3/3s because Gisa, I don't know. They're fighting hard for mommy. Turn 5. You're going straight to hell. You're going straight to hell. This deck, I swear to God, you're not going to accept this when I say this. This deck is just like Thoracle combo expanded into an archetype. All you fucking need, Gisa plus anything mean, and it runs itself. Oh, that's so frustrating. So 1 zombie goes away, 2 zombies take its place. We attempt to pass. The table, being able to do basic arithmetic, freaks the fuck out. Shoots Gisa. That's crazy, I say. Malakir rebirthing my commander. I go to the next turn. I sacrifice 1 zombie to kill a creature of the opponent who shot at my wife. I go to the next player's turn. I once again trade in 1 zombie for 2 zombies. I go to my turn. Do you feel good, Roosh? Do you feel good? Do you feel good right now? So how much do we have? We have 15 power. We have 15 power of zombies on board right now. Attrition is sorcery speed. That is a lie, Presum. That is, in fact, what you've done is a thing many Magic players do, which is assume something that would be reasonable in a world where God loved you. That is not the world that we exist in. The world we exist in is the world where this man is in charge and he hates you. Attrition is instant speed because playing attrition is sorcery speed. Activating the effect on the card, instant speed. So we have a ton of zombies. We've done a lot of zombie trade-ins. We could shoot something important. Or... oh, there was 1 more turn. Okay. Then we get 2 more from Liquid Metal. So instead of 15 power, we're actually at 21 power. Oh, I didn't realize I glossed over Cabal revealing their hand. This is like... I hate that I'm going to say this. This is how casual control decks should play. Realistically. I hate it because it's control. A lot of people are going to think it's stinky because it is control, because it's a black deck playing how black decks do. But I get perfect information and then I beat you to death with 20 to 30 power a turn. You cannot get more concise than that for a control deck. Like, this sucks. There is shit in the hot tub for sure. But I think there's shit in the hot tub because you stabbed everybody in the chest and their bowels evacuated when they died. I think this is the... I'll agree with Spooky. This is the definition of, like, warrior mindset commander. I literally... This deck is pretty well built. I don't think you could build a version of this deck that is not fucked up. Like, Gisa's never silly. No matter what her expression says, Gisa is just never anything but one of the most fucked up cards in the world. Because even if somebody does... So we go through a whole other turn rotation where we spent 1 mana. And then... So we, for 2 turns, we turn 1 zombie into 2. Then 1 turn, we just get 2 zombies. So now we have full-on horde. We are in 28 days later behavior. And then we use Cabal Stronghold to Kindred Dominance. No, because Gisa's not a zombie. And so we'd lose... I think we just used the fact that we have 10 3/3s with Menace. Or we could have Tetsamok'd. Like, we could have selectively board wiped by revealing Tetsamok on all of our opponent's turns, and then we slam down Tetsamok. Everybody die. The only issue with attrition is you're assuming everyone still has creatures. I mean, that is true, but the thing is, if they don't have creatures, then we just kill them anyway. Oh, Tetsamok is sorcery only. Okay. So we can't do Tetsamok. But regardless, it's either we have enough damage to pressure everybody, or we have a way to continue committing crimes to get more damage. Now, if we play against any other zombie players, we're fucked immediately. Nah, fuck you. So we would have revealed the swamp, then drawn the Lord of the Undead. We get Star Compass. So we again have Gisa. Oh, I forgot we're double drawing. We would have lost some amount of life. You have tutors in here? Nah. No, I'm not giving you the tutor pass in this deck because it's too fucking good. I will give away the tutor pass to many a Spooky deck in the name of upholding the gimmick. The only gimmick you are upholding is I am a bastard man. What do you want a tutor for, huh? You want a tutor for ramp? You have fucking Cryptghast. What do you want a tutor for? A crime? You have it. You have it. You need nothing. You discard this because you're a good person on your journey to becoming a better person. You sack of shit. You're just noodling people. The table once again explodes in zombies. The table explodes in zombies. I'm a stinky man. I don't know what you're talking about. I can't even imagine what this deck might need other than a bath. It's gonna look like I'm never speaking to you again, dog. it's gonna look like that, right? Is my thing. Shoot zombie, shoot for information, hold this up. Yeah, I think another cute crime that's getting thrown around a lot in chat is the glasses of Urza, which is for sure really, really cute. Wolfgrave, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub, my friend. Welcome to Dog Heaven. I appreciate that generosity very, very much. Only thing I've wanted so far is more lands. That makes a ton of sense. You are pretty low. You are pretty low on lands for having a 5-mana commander who the deck does revolve around. Like the other side of this deck is, holy shit, my commander is so good, it makes everything so smooth. This is a swamp, so I'm going to play that as my swamp for turn. Go fuck yourself. Like, we get Undead Augur. We get to ramp. If we exist in a world where we get all this and we get like an extra land from somebody, and then Gisa doesn't get put out, then the deck totally falls apart. So we do need to have a very, very high premium on Gisa both resolving and staying out on the field. So I would look for a few cuts to make that were either protection spells or more lands or other ways to ramp. Because with Gisa out, the world is our oyster. Nothing we do matters. You've built a good enough value engine that Gisa is going to mow everybody down. But right now, the deck is all engine and no headlight guns. And that is a very important part of building a car for Commander. Because you're not building a car to go on a nice drive. You're building a car for death race. You need to have fucking bombs. And right now, all of your missiles are Gisa. And so the deck has to be built in such a way that you are totally confident you will be playing Gisa on curve or before curve, and you will be able to replay her if someone's able to kill her. Because the ward cost is good. I don't think it's enough. I think the ward cost is enough that people skimp on killing her the first time you play this deck. I think the second time anybody sees this deck, they're going to get you. Or at least I would save the 2 mana to get your ass. Well, the 2 life is worth. It's really the 2 mana. To get rid of her, I would lose a finger. Yeah, this, like, the life cost is, it could be like ward, pay half your life, and half the table is still going to do it. Like, I would love to read, this deck should be retitled local magic player. This deck should be retitled Local Man Discovers Magic is Sometimes Actually Super Easy. I feel like that's everyone's experience with their first zombie kindred deck, is it's just like, wait, that just works? Holy fuck, I just get a bunch of 6/6s? And I get to kill the dinosaurs? And that is how. And every time that happens, you get a new Shieldred player in Standard, and the world gets a little bit worse. Do it with all the bad zombies. I mean, the thing is, you could do it with all the bad zombies, and it wouldn't really matter. Like, you could replace all of the lords with random cards that said zombie on them, and as long as they were able to retain control of Gisa, they're gonna fuck you up because they've done a really good job of picking low or zero cost crimes to make a bunch of tutus. Like, the fact The simple fact that they did not put decayed on these zombies is insane. The fact that you get 3/3s that are also blockers and have menace is ridiculous. Like, they either shouldn't have been able to block and they were just crash out dummies, or they can block but they don't get stronger. Like, they designed this commander specifically to get shot in the chest. And if you ever can't, you're so cooked. They really sat down and thought once each turn was balanced. That once each turn, it's a good label. They slapped this thing on as like a tag to prevent it from going infinite. Because without the once each turn, then it just becomes an infinite machine. You get one free sack outlet that points at your opponent, and you have infinite zombies. So it's not even like... I understand the tough spot that they ran into, because if you make it only triggers on your turn and only once, then it's just not good enough. But if you let it trigger whenever, then it's just a bunch of infinites in a tube sock that is particularly crunchy for no reason in particular. Please stop questioning me. And there's not really a between. Also, let's just take a moment to look at a curve that actually makes a lick of goddamn sense. After all the roller coasters and the cheese wheels and the double wide pan flutes that we have had to look at today, let's all... little moment of silence, little moment. How do I zoom in on the mana curve? Holy fuck. Little moment of silence, little moment of appreciation for just a nice little build up into some payoffs. We're not competing with our commander's mana value. We have a few things that can go over the top, but not a ton. It's nice. It's just nice. That breakup's going to be horrible, though. I wish you luck. Wolfgrave, hit me with that personal question, my friend. Yeah, this Gisa has some nice curves. Fuck! Fuck, they got me! Okay, so... when I become the ass-out gooner zombie, I'll remember you all. I'm not sure if I appreciate the in-jokes that I am fomenting in my own Twitch chat, but I'll remember you too, Roosh. Okay, and from here, Cherry Pie, we have a personal question from you as well, and Chad as heck, thank you for the Twitch follow. What the fuck is toggle laser eyes? What do you mean? Thank you, Roosh. I hope you enjoyed it. So we have Dad out for milk. I'm going to ping them that we're going to reschedule their roast because my voice is going and I am beginning to get a little bit dizzy because I got on this stream without really eating anything. So we're going to reschedule Dad's roast. We're going to reschedule Score's roast under Gisa's. Oh, toggle laser eyes on Moxfield. Am I crazy? Under the preview. Oh. Oh, that's cute. That's what it is. And that is really a more accurate depiction of Geese of the Hellraiser. Thoughts on Kura, the Boundless Sky? Man, fuck this dragon. I hate lands. I hate lands and I hate spirits based on lands. Fuck them. With that, we're going to go raid our friend Elk. We're going to be live again tomorrow, potentially earlier. I think we're going to do Dad's roast tomorrow at 11. So I'm going to be on earlier than normal. Then we're going to transition to either League or World of Warcraft after doing that roast. Thoughts on thoughts. Nice try, Harvahal. So thank you to everybody who liked, subscribed, followed. We're going to raid our boy Elk. The message is going to be, can you fix her? Everybody be kind. And please remember to stay toxic. From me, your Pookums. I'll be live again tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pacific. I hope to see you all there. Thank you very much for keeping me company. And have a nice Sunday.